Story by several Pokemon, a man, a missed birthday, and also a deer. I've had a few times in my life where I get messages from, I guess, the other side is the best way I can put it. As a person who struggles with what I believe at all times to be nothing but something. I'm not saying it doesn't sound strange, but I cannot describe it another way. Information I didn't previously have is suddenly in my mind and has a varying level of insistence that I deliver said message. For example, one of the times I was at an eye appointment and got a message that a man with dark hair and a woman who was sorry she missed the optometrist's birthday said to tell her hello and the birthday thing. I was so embarrassed, telling myself I was nuts and not to bother this learned doctor with Teresa Caputo nonsense, especially when the message was mostly just hi. The level of insistence I felt to say it, I really wish there was a better way I could think to describe this, grew until it felt unbearable, and I abashedly apologized to her before saying, "I'm so sorry if this seems bizarre, but I'm supposed to tell you." So when I told her, she burst into tears and told me that her father and her aunt had just passed away the previous month, and her aunt and she had birthdays in the same week, so they'd always exchange cards and have a birthday together. Not regularly, but a few other times I'd receive messages like this, and each time the person to whom I delivered the message said they'd understood and seemed emotional and stuff, so I don't think, were they lying? The warning felt the same as these messages, but it was only for me. It must have been 16 years ago now. I live in the northeastern USA and was driving 4 to 5 miles back from my boyfriend's house at night in a heavily wooded area on familiar but extremely windy roads, like twisty, not blowing wind. For the record, I was in my early 20s and did not partake of any substances. The warning was that a deer would be in the road when I came around a sharp corner right after a little bridge. I am naturally such a questioner, so I doubted myself like I did the other times, but the message was insistent and so specific. It was like I could see the deer in the road and exactly where. As I said, the whole drive was woodsy back roads, so a deer could have been anywhere, but the spot where I knew it would make very little sense. That bridge is over a big creek, and it's a sharp hill it's on. On one side of the road is no road shoulder, and almost immediately a very steep hill down to the creek. On the other is an extremely steep hill going up, literally almost vertical at the bottom, on top of which sits a big bed and breakfast. For a deer to be where I knew it would have to have come from a substantial distance down the road after jumping over the guardrail that borders those steep hills for some time. Not impossible at all, but just strange and improbable. The closer I got to the spot, the more insistent the message became. And when I got to the sharp corner with the bridge, I slowed my car down going around it, coming to a park. Even though the message was helpful, it made me feel creeped out in a way no messages for others ever did. I rounded the corner, looking calm as anything, to anyone, if they were somehow outside the car. But inside, my heart was pounding and my eyes were wide and scared. The deer was exactly where I knew it would be, just standing there. I didn't see it walk onto the road. I didn't even almost hit it, because I knew just where to stop. So I just sat there, with my bumper a few yards in front of the deer until they decided to walk around and pass my car, still on the road, and around the corner out of sight. I think I started to cry, said thank you to I don't know who, and I drove the rest of the way home, less than a mile at that point. This is on my mind because I just had a similar feeling tonight, but less specific, and I almost didn't say anything because it was with my best friend driving, who is a skeptic and doesn't believe in anything. I knew we were getting close from the insistence of the feeling, less of an actual message this time. So I finally said something, and shortly after, the deer was there, staring at us. I made the mistake of asking him why he thinks I've ever received messages, making it clear that it reminded me of the old story, and not that tonight was necessarily an example, since it was less specific. He just says since there are deer in the area, it's just a coincidence, completely disregarding the level of detail with which I saw the deer in the warning. Does anybody out there have a better explanation than, since deer live in the area, it's literally a 50-50 chance it would have been there? He also pointed out that if the deer hadn't been there, I'd just never have thought about it again. That's not a terrible point, but not true either, because I do remember the one time that I had a bad feeling that didn't seem to come to fruition, and I don't take these things lightly or for granted. But maybe my friend is right, and I'm just nuts, and it's all been coincidences. This is my monthly compilation for the month of June 2026. Quick note, I'm doing something different where in this compilation video, it'll only be stories. If you're new here, sometimes some stories that, titillate my brain, I'll have a few comments to make about them. Sometimes I can go on long tangents, and I think it can sometimes break the flow. If someone is just looking for stories or trying to fall asleep, maybe my ramblings kind of break the pacing and don't really fit in a compilation. In my normal weekly uploads, they'll always be there. And also, I know some people do enjoy them in compilation form too. So what I'm going to do is, this video on YouTube is going to be just stories, but I'm also going to upload a version where on Patreon, it'll have my notes as well, normally layered in, so no issue there. And it'll be completely free on Patreon. You don't have to pay anything at all. Just I don't want to upload both to YouTube. YouTube doesn't really like if you're basically copying the same thing again and again. So yeah, that'll be on Patreon, the link in the description. You can watch it for free over there if you prefer to have my notes in the compilation. And also ad-free on YouTube, that'll always be the case. Doesn't make sense to have ads in a video meant to help you sleep, right? Also breaks the flow. Okay, let's get to it. Enjoy. Story by Strawberry Sushi Roll. Seen at 12:04 p.m. It was just another normal weekend, and I was chatting on WhatsApp with my best friend. We're from Latin America. He loves sending voice messages. I hate them, but I listen to them because he's my best friend. He asked if he could come over so we could hang out, and I said yes. Now that's when things started to get weird. I remember exactly what he said in the message, his tone of voice, and even the background noises from his house. He was still a little groggy because he'd woken up about 30 minutes or so earlier and said, "I'm just going to take a shower and stop by the pharmacy to get some meds for my sister's cramps." And I replied to that voice message with the text, "Sure, no rush, don't worry." After that, we stopped messaging each other. He was getting ready, and I was just waiting. He lives far from me, on the other side of town, so it takes 40 minutes to get to my place walking. Considering everything he had to do, I figured it would take him over an hour plus to get here. So just keep doing my stuff. He ended up arriving earlier, and I was like, already? I really thought he arrived earlier than I expected. So when I went to open the gate for him, I casually asked, "Wow, you got here so fast. Did you already buy your sister's medicine?" He immediately looked at me, confused, and said, "How did you know I went to the pharmacy for my sister?" I just replied, "Allison, you literally told me that in the voice message." "I didn't send any voice message about that." "Yes, you literally did." "I didn't." My friend likes to make fun of me, and this was typical of the kind of pranks he pulls, so I figured it was just another one of his silly attempts. So I said, "I'll show you." We went into the living room. I grabbed my phone and scrolled back to the beginning of that day's message history, going through them one by one. There was no voice message. We talked about it some more. He's also the type who gets scared easily and gets a little nervous, and I said, "I swear I heard it. How else would I know that?" "I don't know. You're kind of freaking me out," he says. I looked once, twice, 3 times with the utmost patience and care, but the voice message wasn't there, not even my reply. For anyone who might think he simply deleted it, WhatsApp shows a pop-up saying, "This message has been deleted." So that wasn't it. And even so, my direct reply to that voice message was also missing. All the other messages were there in full combo, only these two were missing. We never reached a conclusion. He still swears he didn't send it, and I still vividly remember the audio message. We literally spent that day in shock and fear. We talk to other friends about this incident sometimes when sharing in real-life glitches, and we kinda laugh when we talk about it. But it's a nervous laugh, because we still feel a little scared. I had information that my friend swears he did not send to me, and he was genuinely scared, too scared to think it was just another prank. I think I just hopped to a timeline where the information was never shared. I've also had some other experiences with dreams where I wake up and spend a day there, and the events end up coming true when I actually wake up. But in this case, it was nothing like that. At the time, we were both unemployed, and my friend was sleeping a lot and waking up between noon and 1 p.m. I, on the other hand, had been awake since early morning, doing other tasks, taking care of the house, surfing the internet, playing games, etc. I was 100% awake for a while when we began to chat. Sometimes I think that since he sent a voice message, while still a bit groggy and just waking up, he simply forgot to send it. Sometimes we really do forget some tasks we do in that half-asleep state. But for the two missing messages, which would explain this, to simply disappear too, that's just too much to explain. Story by Cow Representative 210. A new home delivery. I'd been food shopping and decided to treat myself to a coffee in the cafe before I set off home. I bought a newspaper as I didn't fancy sitting just looking at my phone, something I very rarely do. I was there for about an hour, put my newspaper in my shopping bag and set off home. I drove home and walked to my front door carrying my bag of shopping in one hand and my keys in the other. Unlocked my front door and walked into my front room a couple of steps. On the sofa at the back of the wall, a ways away from the front door, I noticed a newspaper. I thought it was weird and wondered if my husband had bought one. Again, something he never does. Or if it was an old one he'd been looking at. I shouted and asked him, and he said no. By this stage, I was thinking odder and odder. I looked in my bag and no new newspaper there? I inspected the one on the sofa, and it was today's date. I just didn't put the paper there. I walked 2 steps into my house, clutching the bag the whole time as it was quite heavy. I had not taken the paper out and held it from the car. I'd tucked it away in my bag in the shop and had the keys in my other hand. Also, the paper on the sofa was placed rather than thrown, which I'd had to have done as I'd just walked in. So, that's my possible glitch, or I don't know if I was going mad, it just felt very wrong. Story by Jim Shark 49. The Booth at the End of Reality. Okay, so I think I'm a smart person, but I made a few mistakes in my life and ended up in a cleaner's job for a few years. I was cleaning this bar and restaurant. The restaurant opens up at 11 in the morning, bar at 12. A group of 4 people come in, different ages and ethnicities, from one another, which was quite good to see, because I rarely see white folk, especially older, socializing with people from other backgrounds. It looked out of place where I worked, but made me happy to see. They came in too early to sit in the restaurant for breakfast and lunch, so I thought they were going to leave, but instead they chose to sit in a booth at the bar. This didn't bother me. I was happy to just clean around them. This is where I can't explain what happened next. For the next 20 minutes, I was mopping the bar area. I'm always within about 10 meters of them, so I can hear what they're saying. But for the next 20 straight minutes, they talked over one another, and it was loud. They were speaking clear English, but I could only make out maybe 1 or 2 words every 5 seconds. Nothing made sense. I know this probably seems like nothing, but I swear, imagine listening to 4 television sets on high volume side by side with each other. And it's constantly talking, so imagine those 4 televisions are tuned to different news channels. When I was cleaning, I laughed inwardly, because the situation was so strange. It sounded intense, so I didn't bother mopping the area past them in fear I would be too disturbing. But when I finished, got in my car and drove, I absolutely crapped myself, scared, because I can't explain it. I think of it every now and then, and when I do, I imagine them staring at me, eyes beaming, telling me to leave, but their lips and mouths are not moving. I can just hear them telling me to leave in my head. I don't know why I always imagine this scenario. For the record, I don't take drugs or drink. I'm not and wasn't on any medication. I also don't have any mental health problems, apart from maybe OCD. 4 different people, perfect English, all talking loudly on top of each other for 20 straight minutes, not 5 to 10 seconds. 20 straight minutes, and nothing made sense, because all their words collided with each other. Again, I could only make out 1 or 2 words every now and then, from focusing on everything I had at the time. It was like watching a group of people trying to be people but not quite getting it right. Can someone please tell me if they've seen or experienced this before? When I tell my family about it, they just laugh. I don't know if people have the capacity to imagine the situation because of never seeing anything like it before in life, TV or books even. Not even sure what I want from this, just to get it off my chest and out there, in the open, and see what others think. Story by Goodnight Meadow. Notarized, maybe. A friend in her 70s just passed 2 weeks ago. She was a small business owner and had been planning and talking about who she would leave her shop to for years. There was an initial will made in 2022, but in 2025 she changed it slightly. There was a first draft of this revised will shared through Google Docs between her lawyer and I, in which I was asked to make any necessary changes, as the lawyer was a friend of hers and not local. On the first draft, there was one executor, the woman who would be co-owning the business with me. However, the future co-owner didn't feel comfortable being the sole executor and asked that I also be added. That role isn't something I was hoping for by any means, but I changed it to make sure she felt better. Then I printed out the edited copy for our business owner friend to take. The day finally came when 2 separate witnesses and my friend's husband went with her to a notary and had the will made official. I saw everyone a little later in the day and was given a copy of the new will, now signed and notarized. When I received it, I looked it over and realized it was the first draft the lawyer had mailed to her rather than the edited version I had printed. I remember looking it over and being surprised, but I thought, oh well, it was still one executor. One could probably do it easier. A year goes by, and our friend passes unexpectedly in April. In the next few days that followed, the future co-owner and I couldn't find our own copies of the will anywhere. We were both shocked and started to panic a little when our deceased friend's husband couldn't find the original. While all 3 of us were looking for some kind of evidence to the new will, I shared a copy of the one from Google Docs just so everyone could remember the info, but I told them, it says on this copy that there are 2 executors, but the one signed only has 1. My friend, the executor, was surprised and worried since it was a responsibility she didn't want on her own. I told her I would be as much help as I could, so she'd do fine. Finally, on the 3rd day after our friend's unexpected death, her husband finally found the original and let us know so it could be picked up. When the future co-owner and executor got it and filed it with the clerk's office, she took a few copies and gave me one. The first thing she did was point out that I had been wrong. We were both named executors on the original will that was signed the previous year. I was in shock. Let me be clear, I'm still in shock. Because I literally remember where I was standing looking at my previous copy that was now lost, feeling surprised and slightly worried about how the edited version with both of us as executors had been forgotten and not used. But now, both our names are on it with the signatures of every person who was there that day at the notary. There is no explanation at all for this. I'm still shocked and forever will be, but I've put it in the jar of strange, unexplainable events from my life. I honestly shouldn't be so surprised anymore when things this obvious happen. My life is weird. Story by Floof the Toost. The zipper was innocent. So this story happened a few years back, but I just felt the urge to share it now. I think this is the perfect place to do it. Around the age of 16, I was alone on my trampoline, running around jumping, you know what people typically do on a trampoline. At one point, I started to get pretty tired as I have asthma, so I rested against a trampoline with the netting face forward. I blinked and suddenly I landed face first into the grass, spraining my wrist. I was confused but assumed I had somehow ripped a hole in it, though when I looked back, absolutely nothing. I was astonished. I searched around the trampoline to find any kind of answers, but nothing. No hole, no gap, not even a tear, and the zipper was completely zipped. I quickly went inside, freaked out, as I phoned my father. He told me to stop making up stories and bugging him at work, but I knew what had happened was real. I don't think I've ever touched the trampoline after that, but to this day I still have no idea what happened. But I remember it clearly, as if it happened yesterday. Story by Straight Bat 1046. I've dreamed this side quest. For the last 5 to 6 years, I've had a very specific recurring setting and scenario constantly appear in my head on and off. It's always the same type of place, an outdoor entertainment and shopping area at night with bright lights, open walkways, restaurants, staircases, palm trees, neon signs, people everywhere, etc. The layout always felt strangely familiar and detailed, and in these recurring scenarios I'm usually running around trying to get somewhere. A few days ago, my family and I were on our way to Disneyland when we passed by this outdoor area near the parks. I looked over at it and instantly got this overwhelming feeling of familiarity. Like, why do I know this place? I've never been here before, which is what made it so unsettling. The more I looked at the outside of it, the more I realized this was the exact place that has repeatedly appeared in my mind for years. Later, I looked it up online and found out it was Anaheim Garden Walk. Once I started scrolling through photos of it, my stomach genuinely dropped because it matched almost perfectly. The atmosphere, the walkways, the lighting, the overall vibe. What freaks me out is that I had never knowingly seen this place before in my entire life, never visited it, never walked through it, nothing. Yet somehow it felt deeply familiar the second I saw it. Has anyone else experienced something like this before? Recognizing a place you've never actually been to? Story by MK260804, Quantum Kitten Mechanics. She's a 6-month-old kitten, very intelligent and sneaky. She was sitting by a chair in my living room. I was talking to her while looking at her. I speak to her casually as if she's a human, and she too was intently looking at me. Just at that moment, I left the living room and walked through a hallway that leads to my room, and when I reached my room's door, I saw my kitten was already there. She walked up to me from inside the room and greeted me at the door, as if she had already been there for a long time before I entered. My jaw was on the floor, and I couldn't believe it. It simply isn't possible. How would she get to my room from the living room without me spotting her in the hallway? The hallway is straight, narrow, no hiding places, and I walked straight. It just takes 4 to 5 seconds to reach my room from the living room. I was also looking straight while walking, not busy on my phone or anything, and there's no other way to reach my room other than the hallway. So how does this even happen? How? I even pinched myself to check that I ain't dreaming. I don't smoke or drink, I'm never high. This happened when I was in full consciousness, and I only have one cat. Story by 89, Multiverse Hair Care. The bulk of this story revolves around a hair straightener, and it's absolutely bizarre to me. My niece and her friend, 16 and 17, stayed overnight with me, slept in my son's room. They left the next day, which also ended up being the last time I ever saw someone I was seeing. This situation ended in a baffling way, and he is still lurking in my life, but has not apologized to me, which is confusing. I'm now wondering if that day I jumped timelines. Maybe this is why I don't understand what happened. Anyway, after my niece leaves, she texts me to let me know her friend left her hair straightener and a couple other small items. Mostly they just wanted me to find the straightener. We live in different cities, but I visit my nieces every month or two. I found this hair straightener in a colorful case on my son's bed. I very, very distinctly remember seeing it there and putting it aside on the bookshelf. Well, I remember seeing it and picking it up, but to note, I never remember seeing it in my house after that day. 2-ish months later, I'm going to their city and look for the straightener. I search the house but can't find it, and assume one of the kids moved it. I feel bad since the friend has been waiting, and my niece reminded me about it the week prior. I see my niece and tell her I'm so sorry, I couldn't find it, but I'm sure it'll show up. She said, "Actually, and this is so weird, Amber just found it in her drawer a couple of days ago." My niece, her friend, and I were so confused too. I hadn't been back to their city since, and the straightener hadn't shown up at her friend's house until 2 days before I came to their city to visit, the city I'm from. My understanding is this is not the place she typically keeps it, and she has definitely been in this drawer since leaving it at my house, and it just suddenly showed up there? This was around the same time I would have been looking for it to pack it, which is also weird. Every time I remember the image of it sitting on my son's bed in this colorful case, and I feel chills. How did it end up 2.5 hours away? Is the timing with that being the last day I saw my ex a coincidence? Don't know. Story by Melisodes. Larry joined the cloud. This was several years ago when my father was sick and in skilled nursing. He was in very bad shape. He couldn't walk and could barely speak. To everyone's frustration, having a conversation with him was almost impossible. Now to the second act. My father's brother is Larry, who lived 3,000 miles away. Larry had died suddenly of a heart attack while in the emergency room. I learned about the death after coming home from visiting my father. Larry had died earlier that day. For more background, my father and his brother were similar in age and were best buddies growing up, and really loved each other. But they were living on opposite sides of the country, so they could only meet up every 5 years or so. My father hadn't seen Larry for several years, and they hadn't spoken in a long time. I can't remember exactly how long. Once we heard about the news about the death, the issue became, do we tell my father? We all agreed that we should not, since it would upset him greatly and perhaps worsen his condition. The next morning, we nervously visited my father, feeling guilty about keeping such a big secret from him. We sat down at the foot of his bed. He looked at us briefly, and then turned his head to his right, looking at an IV bag hanging from a stand. He raised his arm and pointed at the IV bag. He then stated, "Larry has one of these." Story by Sufficient Habit, 4663. Fashion Lag. I'm more pissed about this than scared, as I already have a lot of irrational fears that make me paranoid, so I really didn't need this weird as hell experience. So if anyone has a logical explanation, I'm all ears. Also, English isn't my first language, just to say that. I talk a lot. So I'm supposed to be going out with a friend today, and about an hour ago I was getting my clothes. I look in my closet, get a pair of black pants, and I find this black shirt with a small red rectangle in the top right. It was the same one I wore yesterday evening, which surprised me, because if I wear something for a couple of hours, most of the time I just leave it on my chair when I take it off. But whatever, maybe yesterday I decided to be good and put it away. I smell it and it's good, so onto my bed to wear after a post-shower it goes. Then I take a look at my clothes and think, these pants suck, so I go downstairs in my laundry room for another pair. There weren't any better jeans, however, there was a better shirt which I took. I go back upstairs. Lo and behold, the black shirt is now another black t-shirt of mine, but with the Levi's logo in the center. Of course I'm like, the frick? Granted I wear glasses, but I'm pretty sure I can distinguish a shirt with tiny rectangle from a shirt with the big as hell red logo in the center. But I try to be rational, and think that maybe I just grabbed the wrong one. They're both black after all. For all I know I grabbed it by the back and didn't notice. Sure, I clearly remember smelling the damn shirt and seeing it on my bed, but memory is unreliable. I look through my closet to ease my mind. The damn shirt with the rectangle was gone. I take all my black t-shirts in said closet, and it's nowhere to be seen. The frick! Never in my life have I hallucinated, and I clearly saw the rectangle, so it wasn't a plain shirt that I mixed up with the other one. Do I have ghosts who think they have a better fashion sense than me? They don't, although that shirt is mediocre. Story by It's Hoo Hoo. The Silent Cafe. I wouldn't believe this story if it didn't happen to me, and I probably would question myself if my mother hadn't also been there and seen the same thing as me. My mom and I were shopping in this little mall for furniture. By little mall, I mean it only had maybe 10 to 15 stores that only sold furniture, electronics, homewares. It didn't have traditional multiple entrances or food courts or anything else normal malls have. It did have one small cafe though. The whole mall was pretty much empty. It was the middle of the day during the work week, so not many people were out and about. My mom and I were looking specifically for mattresses, so kept hopping around the bedding stores. To get to the next store, we had to walk past the cafe. There were tables and chairs inside the cafe that were empty, but outside the cafe, in the walkway of the mall, there was a row of tables for a couple set up. Maybe 5 tables, with 2 chairs each. All of these were full. Approaching the cafe, my mom made a comment that it was weird that all these people were sitting at the cafe when there was no one else around the mall, and I agreed. As we walked past them, it seemed like they were all talking at the same time. All their mouths were moving as if in deep conversation, but as we walked along the line of the tables and chairs, we couldn't make out one word. It sounded like general background noise. We were walking close enough to definitely pick up a word or two. Think of the classic, and they were roommates, Vine, but nothing. Just a bunch of people staring at each other and talking but not saying words. My mom and I were squeezing each other's arms the whole time, and when we finally passed the cafe, we immediately started talking about how weird it felt. It felt like they weren't real people. It didn't feel like we were in the presence of people, if that makes any sense. It felt like an empty mall despite the cafe patrons chatting at the tables. By the time we finished at the store and came out again, the cafe was empty. We were there for maybe 20 minutes. We still talk about it to this day, but no one else really gets how weird it felt. You just had to be there, I guess. Now, NPCs or weird humanoid creatures are a recurring theme in my nightmares. Story by Dr. Electronic, 1934. Arm's reach and gone. So, about 3 years ago, me and my roommate Jake were basically homeless for like 2 weeks. Not in a bad way, just stuck in that annoying gap between apartments where the new place isn't ready yet. We ended up booking an Airbnb to ride it out. Studio apartment, middle of some complex out in San Antonio, Texas. Nothing special, just somewhere to sleep until we could make our move into our real place. The layout was very simple. You walk in the front door and the bed and TV are right there to your left. If you keep walking straight, there's a small doorway that leads into the kitchen, a tiny little thing, barely enough room to move around in. The bathroom is to the right of that. That's the whole apartment. No hallway, no real separation between anything. Just one open room and 2 small doors. One thing that always stuck out to me about the place was how exposed it felt. It was dead center of the complex, right next to the dog park. Everybody walked past it. You could hear people outside at all hours, dogs barking, people talking, footsteps right outside the window. It was one of those places where the outside felt just a little too close. Now I'm an early bird, and Jake is a night owl, so around 10 p.m. I knocked out. Lights off. Jake is still up next to me, scrolling his phone in the dark. This was normal of him. Then out of nowhere, something grabbed my shoulder and yanked me straight out of my sleep. Not gently either, hard. Jake was sitting up next to me, completely still, eyes aimed right at the kitchen doorway, and I could tell just by looking at him that something was wrong. This wasn't him being restless or weird. He was locked in. I go, "Jake, what?" He whispers, "I think there's somebody in the apartment." I asked him what he meant. Like, did he hear something? He said no. He said, "I was watching a video on my phone, and I saw a man walk right past the bed into the kitchen." To get more context, you gotta visualize the layout of the apartment again for a second. The front door opens and the bed is right there, to the left. Whoever Jake saw came through that door and passed within arm's reach of where we were both laying and walked into that kitchen. That's how small the place was. I'm a big skeptic, so my first thought was maybe he caught a shadow at the corner of his eye or something. I asked him if that was possible. He looked at me like I was stupid and said, "I was wide awake. I saw a man walk past me." Mind you, Jake is one of the most laid-back people I've ever met in my life. The type of guy who doesn't really rattle or scare easily. In all the years I've known him, I'd never seen him wake me up like that. Never seen him look like that. So when he whispered it that flat and that certain, I felt something shift in my chest a little. I reached into the nightstand and grabbed my knife. My heart was going, but I kept thinking this apartment is so small, there was genuinely nowhere to go in here. If someone is actually standing in that kitchen right now, I'm about to find out. I turned on the kitchen light. Nothing. Cabinets closed. Nobody there. Checked the bathroom. Also nothing. Came back and just stood there in the quiet, holding a knife, and the apartment was completely empty. I told Jake I didn't find anyone, and he kinda just shrugged and said he knew what he saw. No panic, not trying to convince me further. Just settled into it like he'd already made his peace with whatever it was. That confidence is honestly what got me more than anything else. So I started looking around a little more carefully, checking for anything off. Anything that could explain how someone gets in and out of a tiny apartment without a trace. I'd seen the movie Vacancy years ago, and that was the part of my brain that was awake at 1 a.m., thinking about hidden entry points and people who use them. There are plenty of horror stories regarding Airbnbs. I didn't think anything obvious, but I'll be real with you. I was exhausted. If something was there, I might have walked right past it. We left the next morning. To this day, I still think about it. Was someone actually in that apartment? Did they slip out through something I missed? Or did Jake genuinely believe he saw something, was so sure of it, but maybe his mind just played a trick on him that night? I go back and forth on it. I don't know. Whatever it was, I didn't find it, and I'm not sure if I wanted to either. Story by Defiant Ad, 3993. A glitch with a paper trail. Many years ago, I used to write very important briefings to a particular government official. Nothing too high-ranking, but the point is that the briefings had to be short, concise, and perfect. So you would spend an inordinate amount of time preparing them compared to just talking to someone, because it was an official decision that was being made, no matter how minuscule. Because of that, and me being somewhat junior at the time, my boss would go back and forth with me on my briefings. He was very adamant about not fixing them for me, but rather reviewing them and pointing out mistakes and making suggestions for improvement. On that particular day, I was pretty happy with the briefing and handed it to him for his white glove review. I forget the actual word, but he'd underscored a typo in red marker, as he always did, and passed the paper back to me. "You misspelled blah." I looked at the word and sure enough it was misspelt. Now here comes the glitch. Whatever that word was, I thought to myself, there is no way I messed up that word. It was a word I knew well how to spell. For a split second there was a kind of blur in my vision as I was staring and focusing at the paper, and then suddenly it was spelt correctly. I passed the paper back to him and said there was no typo, and he looked and agreed. So a very tiny, perhaps insignificant occurrence, but I swear this happened and it involved my boss too, although I never brought up the whole glitch in the Matrix angle with him. Story by James Drayton, One Irish Turn. Back in 2018, my family had bought a house outside a rural village in the Irish Midlands. After 4 years of living here, my dad was planning to sell the house and move to the West Coast with his partner, whereas I planned to move back to my hometown in Yorkshire, England. In the summer of 2021, roughly towards the end of the pandemic, my dad and his partner had gone away for a few days to Galway on the other side of the country, so it was just me, my sister, and our dog at home. Waking up early one morning, my sister and I heard the sound of gushing water coming from somewhere in the house. After some investigating, we eventually found the source of the water was coming from the boiler, which was behind a wardrobe in my sister's room. For whatever reason, water was flowing out of the boiler at a very rapid pace, and although I tried my best to stop it, there was still no sign that it would. Having no idea if the boiler was broken or even how to fix it, my sister and I quickly began to panic because now the water was moving into the living room and beginning to flood the house. Unable to solve the problem ourselves, we eventually called our dad and told him what happened. Thankfully, his partner knew of a plumber who lived fairly nearby, and so she arranged for him to come and fix our boiler problem by the end of the day. By late evening, and after the house had been flooding for several hours, the plumber eventually came over to fix the boiler. However, when we brought him into my sister's room, after looking confused for a few seconds, the plumber then turned the handle on the side of the boiler anti-clockwise, and just like that, the water stopped running. According to the plumber, someone had turned the handle completely loose on the side of this boiler, and that's why water was gushing out the way it was. Although my sister and I were incredibly relieved the house would no longer flood with water, we were now left just as confused. How could someone have turned the boiler's handle if it was just me and my sister in the house? Obviously, neither of us had done it. So in that case, how the heck could that have happened, when my sister and I know for a fact no one tampered with that handle? Story by Constipated G. That's just how I got downstairs. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, I used to literally fly. I'm 100% sure this wasn't a dream. I remember it way too clearly, and it didn't happen just once. It happened so many times that it felt normal back then. This took place in my grandparents' old house. The house itself was really old, like traditional wooden style, kind of worn down even back then. To get upstairs, you had to go through this dark hallway, and the stairs weren't even proper stairs. It was basically a steep wooden ladder, like something you'd see in old Asian homes. The whole place was always dark. I don't even remember there being proper lights, and my bedroom was upstairs. Every night, I was terrified to go up there. I always felt like something was behind me, like I was literally being chased. That fear felt so real that I'd panic and start running towards the stairs to get downstairs as soon as possible. Whenever I wanted to come back downstairs, I wouldn't climb down the ladder, I would run, genuinely thinking something was chasing me, and then I would just jump, like fully jumping off from the top. But instead of falling, I would slowly float down. Not even fall, more like glide or levitate. I'd land safely every single time, super smoothly. It didn't just feel like floating, it felt like something was holding me, like invisible giant hands were lifting me and gently lowering me down. Not grabbing or hurting, but just supporting me and placing me safely on the ground. I never got injured, not even once. I never questioned it back then. I wouldn't even turn back to look at the ladder. I didn't stop and think, wait, I just flew. It just felt normal, like my brain didn't process how weird it was. This happened over and over again. Not once, not twice. This was just how I got downstairs. I kept this to myself for years because obviously it sounds insane. I thought maybe I was just imagining things or mixing it up with my dreams. It still felt normal. But about a year ago, my sister and I were talking about that house, how creepy and dark it used to be. And out of nowhere, we both brought this up at the same time. We had never talked about this before, and we described the exact same experience. running, feeling chased, jumping, and then slowly floating down safely. Even the feeling of being held or guided down. We both swore on our life we weren't lying, and it didn't feel like a dream to either of us. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was some kind of shared childhood hallucination? Adrenaline messing with memory? Or something else entirely? Story by Natural Reindeer 546. It's cruel that you'll forget. Before I was born, I remember being in what looked like a bluish-whitish room. It felt almost like a place where you prepared for life before entering it. I remember somehow choosing or editing things about myself, like what I would look like, what kind of family I would have, and what I was supposed to experience or accomplish in this life. The purpose felt like gaining experience or progressing to another level of existence. What's strange is that I also remember there being countless planets or worlds to choose from. The clearest part of the memory is sitting in what looked like a medical chair connected to some kind of machine. I somehow understood that my consciousness was about to be inserted into a human body. Right before it happened, I had this overwhelming thought. It's cruel that once I'm there, I'll forget this isn't my real form. I remember thinking I needed to hold on to that knowledge, even if I wasn't supposed to. As the machine started working, I kept repeating to myself over and over, remember, this isn't your true form. Remember, you're only there to gain experience. Remember. Then suddenly, the next thing I knew, I was looking up at my mom. Everything was blurry, but I knew it was her. Story by Prestigious Young, 212. It started with a jacket. I genuinely don't know what's happening to me anymore, and I'm scared people will think I'm crazy if I talk about this in real life. All these things happened within 1 year, which is why it started terrifying me so much. It started with a very realistic dream where my mom bought my sister a specific jacket. I remember every detail clearly. The weird part is that my mom was not planning to buy her a jacket at all. The next day, she suddenly bought my sister the exact same jacket from my dream. Same style, same details, everything. I was shocked but stayed quiet about it. After that, I had another dream about a zoo in my country that had been closed since 2005, reopening again. I'd never even visited that zoo in real life before. The next day, I suddenly heard news that it was actually being renovated and reopened. And before anyone says, maybe I heard about it subconsciously. No, I had never heard any news about it before the dream. Another dream was about my mom checking my phone and finding a secret I was hiding from her. When I woke up, I had this strong feeling telling me to delete the thing I was hiding. A few hours later, completely out of nowhere, my mom asked to check my phone. The scary part is she never done something like that before. Then, something even stranger happened. I was sitting in a cafe at a mall with my mom when one of our relatives suddenly came to my mind for no reason at all. We are not even very close. I told my mom that I randomly thought about her, and my mom told me she had moved to another city. A few minutes later, after leaving the cafe, we literally ran into her by complete chance. But the experiences that scared me the most involve family members. There's my mom's uncle, someone I had only seen twice in my entire life. For some reason, he suddenly stayed in my thoughts for an entire week. I kept thinking about him nonstop without understanding why. Then suddenly we heard news that he had died. He wasn't known to be sick, and we barely heard news about him before that. Ever since then, I felt guilty for some reason, even though I know it probably makes no sense. A few months later, something similar happened again. I have a huge family with around 46 uncles and aunts, but for some reason, one specific uncle suddenly stayed on my mind. The next day, we heard he had suffered a stroke. Before that, I had no idea he was sick or going through anything. At this point, I am honestly scared of my own thoughts sometimes. I don't know if these are just insane coincidences, intuition, subconscious pattern recognition, or something else completely. I just needed to tell someone because keeping all of this inside me is driving me crazy. Story by Otakuanik, The Fish Stall in the Rain. This happened around 3 years ago. Back then, I used to go to my physics tuition alone. The tuition was pretty far from my house, so it took me around 30 minutes to go and come back. That day, it had been drizzling since morning. I don't know why, but the whole atmosphere felt strangely creepy from the beginning. Anyway, I left home around 6:30 a.m. for tuition. The class ended around 9 a.m., and when I came outside, it was still raining slightly. So I started walking back home. To be honest, my mood already felt weird that day for no reason. While walking, I kept looking around. Everything felt oddly unfamiliar, even though it was my usual route. Eventually, I entered my locality. It was still raining. Then suddenly, when I looked to my right, I saw a man standing in front of a fish stall with his back turned toward me. He looked exactly like an uncle who lived a few houses away from ours. I thought maybe he was buying fish. I remember thinking to myself, finally, I saw someone familiar. Then I just continued walking and went home. While entering the house, I noticed a small crowd gathered across the road, talking about something. I didn't think much of it. I kept my bag down, washed up, and sat down to relax. A few minutes later, my mother came and said, "Did you know? That uncle died last night." The moment she said that, I literally froze, because barely 5 minutes earlier, I had seen him standing at that fish stall. So if he died the previous night, then who did I see? Even today, I still don't have an explanation. Maybe the person standing there only looked similar to him from behind. But still, it never felt like a random mistake to me. The weirdest part is that at the moment I saw the person, that uncle instantly came to my mind, and then just minutes later, I heard he had died the night before. Feels like a little too much coincidence, doesn't it? I wasn't extremely close to him or anything. We just had normal neighborhood conversations sometimes. But I knew his wife pretty well. Whenever we met on the road, she would always stop and talk to me. To this day, I still can't explain what happened that morning. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, or maybe it was something else. Has anything like this ever happened to you guys? Story by Laurel Artist 51. Same smile, 60 years. This is something that has repeated itself throughout my life. It started when I was 18 and has continued until now when I am 74. I won't give all the experiences, but the first two pretty much explain what happens. When I was 18, I was riding a bus home from work after a long evening, and suddenly I felt someone massaging my shoulders. I turned around and saw this old man who had to be at least in his 70s, smiling at me. I got up and went and sat by the bus driver. I just thought he was a creepy guy on the bus. When I moved, I was at least 30 minutes from my stop. The minute I sat down next to the bus driver, I had to get up because I was actually at my stop. I don't know what happened in that 30 minutes except that I walked 5 steps, and when I looked back, the man was missing. About 8 years later, I was at a car wash and left my car to get changed because it was a self-service car wash. And when I looked back, the same man was standing near my car. He was wearing the same clothes and had exactly the same smile. I got back to my car to drive into the bay and discovered that 20 minutes had passed while I was putting my bills into the change machine, and my radio station changed. So this happens every 8 to 10 years. I have probably seen him a dozen times, and there's always about a 15 to 30 minute period of time that's missing. His clothes aren't dated. In fact, when I saw the Rolling Stones in the 90s, Charlie Watts was wearing the same slacks and sweater. If this isn't a glitch in the Matrix, can someone tell me what it is? He has not aged in the last 60 years. Every experience is just about the same, but in a different location, and often a different town. And I'm always immediately repulsed by him. There's frequent physical touch, him rubbing my back, holding my arm, poking me to get my attention, etc. And I always lose time. Story by Excellent Peach 2302. Aliens and Snacks. When I was 17, I think, me and a friend were softly out of it via the aid of natural supplements, and were making taco salads. Like these were going to be the most fire taco salads ever consumed. We even fried up some taco shell bowls. We were so excited to eat these, munchies were hitting mad hard. I took a picture of them on my phone. Suddenly, we are just standing there. My mom's boyfriend walks out into the kitchen and asks if we're alright, those look good, etc. We both just weren't hungry at all, and both felt weird, like something was off, like something had just happened to us. Then I look at the clock on the oven. Something like 18 to 20 minutes had passed. What the hell? I looked at the details of when I took that picture of the taco bowls. We had somehow been full-on munchies mode about to eat, then apparently both of us just stood there for like 20 minutes? No recollection, nothing, until my mom's boyfriend walks out. We couldn't even eat. My friend said she had to go home. She felt too weird. Every once in a while, I'll message her on Instagram or something, asking about the taco bowls incident and if she still remembers it. She does, and we're both still creeped out by it. A lot of scary things used to happen in that house. Many of my childhood and teenage friends believe in paranormal stuff simply from experiences had in my home. But this one is just so weird. Like aliens or something, man, I don't know. Story by Haley Beth 7. One Step Past a Dark Destiny. I routinely think about this a lot, and waited to share it because it's very personal, at least to me. Kind of what those words mean. So I had epilepsy as a kid, and if you know anything about childhood epilepsy, you know the fear isn't really the seizures themselves, it's the circumstances around them. My worst nightmare, the one that lived in the back of my head constantly, was having one in public, away from my mom, in front of people who didn't know what to do, or worse, alone somewhere. Somehow, through whatever luck or grace or whatever you want to call it, that never happened, not once. But my second seizure happened under circumstances that I still can't fully rationalize. It was the middle of the night. Everyone was in bed. I'd fallen asleep in the recliner in the living room, just dozed off there instead of going to my room. For whatever reason, my parents just left me there and went to sleep. Normal enough. Then I started seizing. No one saw it happen. Everyone was asleep. And here's where it gets into territory I don't know how to explain. The phone rang. Middle of the night, which is never good news. It was one of my dad's friends calling to tell him that another friend of theirs had died. Now, my parents, like most people getting woken up by a phone call, could let it ring. Probably would have on any other night. But my dad got up and took the call. And he took it in the kitchen, which meant he walked right past me. When the call ended, he found me in the recliner, stuck in one of the later phases of the seizure. The kind where if nobody intervenes, things can go very wrong. Brain damage wrong. Worse than that wrong. The doctor said finding me when he did mattered. I didn't find out until much later who had died that night, or the details of the phone call. When I put it all together, I just kept turning it over. The fact that I fell asleep in the living room instead of my room, the fact that my parents left me there, the fact that the phone rang at all, let alone that he took it in the kitchen instead of anywhere else in the house. Too many things lined up, too many small decisions that each had a perfectly normal explanation on their own, but together formed this chain that ended with my dad walking past me at exactly the right moment. I believe that man, who had just crossed over, did something that night. Push something in motion. Maybe he had kids of his own and couldn't stand by. Maybe it was just the last thing he did on his way out. I don't know who he was, not really. I don't know if I ever met him. I'd like to think I did, even just once. I'd like to think it could have shaken his hand without knowing what it meant. I don't talk to my dad anymore, and my mom doesn't remember the details well enough to fill in the gaps. So I'm left with a version of it that I've been able to piece together, and the feeling that I owe something to a man whose name I don't even know. Story by Far Size 4618, Lost and Never Found. I've been going through a rough period lately, and feeling strangely disconnected from life and the world around me. I've always been a bit absent-minded, but I usually keep important things in fixed places. My wallet is always on the dressing table, and my keys are usually in the same spot. A few days ago, my wallet disappeared. I searched everywhere, and I couldn't find it. Because everyone blamed me for being careless, I became extremely conscious about my keys. I deliberately placed them in a very obvious spot, next to my bed before sleeping. The next morning, after brushing my teeth and coming back to my room, the keys were gone too. I searched every corner and still couldn't find them. Recently, I came across stories about the disappearing object phenomenon, where people claim objects vanish and sometimes reappear later in places they've already searched. I'm not saying anything supernatural happened, but losing both my wallet and keys like this has really shaken me. Has anyone experienced something similar? What do you think these experiences actually mean? A simple memory error, stress, something psychological? Or is the fault in my own brain? Story by From the Backroads, Hirazumi's recurring character. This was more than 10 years ago. I was holidaying in Japan. It was raining heavily in Tokyo, so on a whim, I decided to take a very long day trip away from the bad weather up north to Hirazumi, in Awate Prefecture. Long story to tell below, so just Google for more details. In brief, it's a very historic place and of great interest to a history buff like me. It would cost a fortune, but I had a rail pass and could go just about anywhere at no extra cost, so off I went. Had an early start, so I'd have enough time to cover all the major sites whilst the sun was still out. After reaching Hirazumi, I found that it missed the loop bus by mere minutes. Had this not happened, I suspect that the encounter in my story below would not have come to pass, as the timing would have been off. I ended up hoofing it to my first stop of the day, easily done, but this took a bit of time. In due course, I arrived at the ruins of Matsuji. The remnants of this old temple are spread out around a large central pond, so I explored the site on a long, circular route. As I did so, I noticed a woman doing the same circuit not far ahead of me. Not sure what drew my eye to her, as she was dressed normally enough. Perhaps it was because most of the other visitors were roaming in packs and she was the only person other than me who was wandering alone. Can't really remember what I was thinking except that she seemed out of place for some reason. In any event, I did the rounds and went to the nearest bus shelter to wait for a ride to my next stop. She was there, sitting on a wooden bench reading a book. I noted her presence, but didn't look directly, merely positioning myself a short distance away. We boarded the same bus and got off at the same stop, which was next to the long forested path leading up to the temple of Chisonji. I walked at my usual pace, which turned out to be similar to hers. Occasionally I'd pull up ahead or fall slightly behind, but we were never more than a few steps apart. I did the rounds, losing sight of her at some point, but thinking nothing of it until I came across her again at a rest area. I entered a shop. She entered as well. I sat down with an ice cream. She took a table not far away. Again, I cannot for the life of me recall what was precisely that made her stand out, especially as my neurodivergent and socially anxious mind was more keen on studying architectural details than noticing people. I still didn't even know what she looked like, only having seen her from behind or the side. I resumed my exploration of Chusanji and eventually arrived at the highlight of my visit, the dazzling and magnificently preserved Kanjiki-do, a small, centuries-old temple hall covered entirely in gold leaf. This was housed within a modern concrete building for protection from the elements. I was awestruck, as one might imagine, and my mind was abuzz with excitement as I ran my eyes across all the intricate details of architecture and stationery. Yet at the same time, I was also conscious of her presence. I paused next to a round pillar to admire the sight before me, and I could just about see her from the corner of my eye, standing on the other side. I continued my walk across the vast temple grounds, and as always, she was not far away. I had a sightseeing plan in my head and was keeping to it, but our paths never strayed far apart. Evidence enough are the pictures I took whilst going around, where she would invariably be present, near the edge or out of focus, even though I never pointed my camera directly at her. I ducked into a side temple with an interesting-looking tree, with few other visitors. She was one of them. I returned to the bus stop and boarded the next service. As I was expecting at that point, she was there also. I eventually got off at the stop for the Takadachi Gikeido, an old memorial commemorating Minamoto no Yoshitsune, and glanced behind for a moment to see if she would get off as well. She did not. And that was that. Hirizumi's had other attractions, one of which she was probably now en route to. Was I disappointed that the string of coincidental encounters was over? Perhaps. But there it was, and my thoughts soon turned back to my sightseeing. Eventually, I rode another bus back to Hirizumi Station. I went to the platform to wait for the next train bound for Ichinoseki, where I'd transferred to a Shinkansen service for Tokyo. Guess who I saw, sitting on a bench at the same platform, waiting for the same train I was going to take? I can still see her in my mind, a lonely figure in a long-sleeved white shirt covered by a light blue dress, black leather bag slung over her left shoulder. At no point did I ever look at her face, so until this day I still don't even know what she looks like. I haven't thought of that day or of her for a while, until now. What did it mean? Story by Idiot with a Phone, Overtaking a Ghost. This happened to me about 2.5 years ago, but still gets to me. I was on my way home from work on a little old country road. Now this road, or at least the segment I was on, has trees all around it, and 0 turnoffs or places to turn around. Anyway, I'm flying at Mach Jesus with the radio blasting in my hot rod, and I get up on this dark blue Chevy Malibu. They were doing about 5 under, so I decided to pass them. I drop a gear and pass them in the oncoming lane at a straight shot in the road. Right after I pass them, and I mean immediately after I enter my lane, I look in the rearview mirror and they're just gone. I then get confused and unsettled and stop. I never saw the car again. The reason this gets to me is because of how fast they just vanished. I passed them, and less than a second after losing physical sight, they vanished. As I said, there are no turnoffs, driveways, or anywhere to turn around fast enough for me to lose sight of them. I even turned around to see if I made them wreck or something, and found nothing. It could be absolutely nothing, but it still bakes my noodle to this day. Story by Anonymous, Logged into Earth. I'm currently driving home from my lunch break, so I'm using Siri to talk. Hopefully this still makes sense. So back in the summer, we had a huge friend trip to Lake Powell. For anyone that has been there, you know it's absolutely beautiful. Anyways, we were boating through the canyons and going deeper and deeper. At one point, I thought in my mind something along the lines of, damn, this place is so beautiful, it almost looks fake or like it was designed to look this way by something. When I started saying that, in my mind, keep in mind, a friend turned around to me and said, dude, it feels like we're in a movie and we're looking at movie props. It looks so fake. I turned around and looked and said, dude, what the frick did you just say? I was thinking the exact same thing. We were both freaking out about it, but then it got a little freakier. We were sitting on the back of the boat, looking at our 10 or so friends standing up while the boat was slowly going through the canyons, and as I watched them looking at the scenery, I experienced an altered state of consciousness. Best way to describe it is the facade of the human experience was dropped, and all of a sudden, my friends looked like gods or angelic beings experiencing Earth and just enjoying the moment. My friend turned to me and said, dude, look at our friends. They're so beautiful and alive. They look like angels. And I knew at that moment, we were both experiencing the same thing. The best way to describe what we saw is that it looked like we placed ourselves in a video game and were enjoying what we created. It's super hard to describe this experience. If you've seen maze runners, you know how they make you forget everything before you go into the maze, but yet you had an existence before. It felt like that. That nature of reality teased us and slightly withdrew, and we saw our friends and this earth for what it could truly be for a brief moment in time. Also, we were all completely sober, quick preface. And also to add, I heard a story of a man who experienced something similar where at random times he also would tap in to this outside reality whilst being super sober. He came up with a theory that human consciousness and our brains can act like a needle finding the groove on a vinyl record. Once we tune it specifically and ourselves in this groove, music can be played. Or in other words, we can start experiencing some fascinating things. I have to find where I read this though, but it supposedly happens randomly to a lot of people. Story by Glistening Ropes. 1 second flash. Two of the weirdest things that have ever happened to me, and I still think about them regularly. First, I was maybe 8 or 9 years old. We had this huge bay window in the living room with these thick, heavy curtains. My mom always paranoid about lightning. Well, I wasn't. I loved thunderstorms. I'd sneak over and stand up right against those curtains just to listen. How the rain sounded better close to the glass, and with a deep chest rumble of thunder rolling in, it felt like being right inside it. But we were getting hammered that night. A storm where the rain is coming down so hard it sounds like static, and the thunder is not just loud, it's physical. I was standing there in my socks on the carpet, completely zoned out just listening, when the whole world went white. Lightning struck maybe 15-20 feet from the house, right in the front yard. For less than a second, and I mean genuinely less than a second, like a single frame of a film, I could see through everything. The curtains, the walls, all of it wasn't there. Like I suddenly had this blurry, washed out X-ray vision. I was Superman. I could make out the trees in the lawn, the shape of the yard, all of it visible right through solid material like it had just become translucent. Then it was gone. Normal darkness, normal room, my heart absolutely pounding. I didn't tell anyone for years because I assumed no one would believe me. I still don't fully know what to make of it. My best guess is something to do with the intensity of the light saturating through the material, but it felt like it was more than that at the moment. Second, this one's harder to explain away. My family had this thing we like to do on the weekends. Pile into a car and just drive the back roads looking for abandoned places. Old houses, collapsed barns, and so on. My state's got a ton of rural decay, if you know where to wander. We'd make a whole day of it. We were out on one of those trips on a road I'm pretty sure none of us had been down before, when we came around a bend and the tree line opened up. There was this big farm field on one side, and it was well maintained, actively worked, not abandoned at all, and sitting back from the road was a farmhouse. Older looking, but clearly still occupied, still kept up, normal enough. Except, hovering above it was a plane, not flying, not banking or descending or anything, just there, suspended. Also, there was no wind at all. It looked like a jet of some kind, normal enough shape, but it was completely motionless in the air above this farmhouse. No engine noise, no movement, just sitting there. We all saw it. Nobody said anything for a second. Then someone said, "Go," and we went. I've turned it over in my head 100 times. A military drone, some kind of blimp I misidentified? I don't know. I don't think so. What I do know is none of us felt right, and we had to get the hell out of there. We never spoke about it again, which is also weird. I've wanted to, but something blocked me. Story by Kappa X Infini, the year I downloaded empathy. This isn't spooky or anything, but it's always stuck with me because how the hell did I know? Junior year, art class. In a room where everyone existed in their own little world. Heads down, earbuds in, doing their thing. We were all pretty introverted, so the vibe was always pretty low-key and quiet, which I liked. But there was this girl in my class who felt different that year. Hard to put into words exactly. She was always on the quieter side anyway. That wasn't unusual, but something about it felt heavier than normal. I couldn't point to anything specific though. She wasn't crying, wasn't visibly struggling, nothing dramatic, just a feeling I got. I didn't want to overstep or make it weird, so I asked a mutual friend about her, just casually, like, hey, is she doing okay? And the friend kind of shrugged it off, said she was taking a bunch of advanced classes and was probably just stressed. Totally reasonable explanation. I accepted it, moved on, and forgot about it pretty much immediately. This was junior year. Fast forward 2 years. Senior year. My high school had this thing where they'd show some kind of motivational video once a month during whatever period they'd taken over for announcements. Usually I'd tune them out, but one day they put one on and I recognized the person in it. It was her. The video was about her life. Turns out she had been born with some kind of birth defect, something significant enough that she hadn't even been able to speak until around elementary school. The whole video was about everything she'd worked through and overcome, and it ended with her getting into college. I had absolutely zero idea any of that was going on. Nobody ever told me. I hadn't heard anything through the grapevine. I had no context whatsoever. Just a gut feeling, junior year, that something was hard for her. Something I couldn't name or explain. And I was right, just not in any way I could have guessed. I don't think I'm psychic or anything, but that one has always made me trust my gut a little more than I probably would otherwise. Story by Taste Creepy Cannibal. My roommate on the roof. When I was little, like 6 years old, I was absolutely terrified of my bedroom. Not just normal kid, scared of the dark stuff. There was something specific about it. I had this feeling every single night that something was above my bed. Not in the closet, not under the bed like most kids have. Above it. I couldn't explain it then, and I'm not sure I can now. It was a kind of dread with this sense of being watched from up there. Then one night I woke up and it was there. Looked like a man, just laid out flat on my ceiling right above me. Like how you'd lie on a bed, except he was on the ceiling looking down at me, all black. No features I can remember, except that there were no eyes, just this dark figure. I don't know how long I actually looked at it. Felt like forever, but it was probably a split second, because the moment I blinked, it was gone. I didn't sleep in that room again for 8 years. My dad, to his credit, didn't make it weird. He just let me drag my mattress into his room and set it up on the corner. I had everything I needed in there. My stuff, my space, my little corner of the room. It felt safe. I could breathe in there. Finally, when I was 14, I went to my dad and told him I needed a room renovation. I think I framed it as wanting to redecorate, wanting my own space back. But really, I needed the bed moved. Different wall, different corner, different orientation, anything other than where it had been. And that was enough. I was able to sleep in there again from that point on. I still sleep in that room, and in fact, I'm in there right now. But there is something I can't fully explain. That original corner, the one my bed used to be in, still feels off. I can't tell you what it is. Nothing's ever there when I look. But whatever that quality is, that sense of something slightly wrong in that specific spot, it never went away. What's weird is that it doesn't scare me anymore. It's almost the opposite. It's familiar now. Like an old angry neighbor you've made your peace with. I don't know what it is or was. I don't really need to. But it's mine, I guess, in some strange way. Story by Aline HP2. Right place, but wrong reality. About 7 years ago, my ex-boyfriend gave me a wooden Spalding Brothers pen and a matching mechanical pencil. I remember this very clearly because the pen never had ink, so I never really used it. The mechanical pencil, on the other hand, became something I used regularly for years. Because the pen was so beautiful, I kept it stored inside a bag that sits inside an old suitcase in my closet. I almost never touch it, but I always knew exactly where it was. Today, my mother and I were searching the house for an important document. We looked everywhere and ended up going through the old boxes and storage containers. While searching through one of my old boxes, my mother suddenly found my wooden Spalding Brothers pen and handed it to me. At first I was a little confused because I was certain the pen was inside the suitcase where I had always kept it. But I figured maybe I had moved it years ago and simply forgotten. It didn't seem impossible, so I didn't think much more about it. A little later, I decided to check the suitcase itself to see if the document might be there. While searching through the suitcase, I found the wooden Spalding Brothers pen? Again? At that moment, I froze. It's important to convey my emotional state. This wasn't possible. The pen my mother had found a few minutes earlier was sitting on my bed. I could literally see it. Yet I was now holding another identical wooden Spalding Brothers pen that I had just found inside the suitcase, exactly where I'd always believed it had been. I wasn't looking for the pen, I was looking for the document. That's what makes this so weird to me. One thing I want to make absolutely clear is that this wasn't a common pen that could have accidentally ended up in my house. Neither I nor anyone in my family has ever bought a Spalding Brothers pen. I never searched for one online, never collected pens, and never purchased a replacement. As far as I knew, the only reason this particular pen existed in my possession was because my ex-boyfriend gave it to me about 7 years ago. The pen my mother found wasn't mixed in with random household items. It was inside a box containing my old belongings. That's part of why this feels so strange to me. I genuinely cannot come up with a realistic scenario in which a second identical wooden Spalding Brothers pen would somehow enter my life without me knowing about it. What's even stranger is that one of the pens looks very slightly older than the other. The wood on one is just a bit darker, as if it has aged differently over time. Look, I know memory isn't perfect, but from my perspective, I went from having one pen for 7 years to suddenly having 2 identical pens in different locations in my house within the span of a few minutes. I didn't lose a pen and find it somewhere else. I ended the day with 2 pens when I was certain I had only ever owned one. Story by The Cowboy Troy. The Delivery Beyond. I know what it sounds like Chicken Little, the sky is falling. But no, I was 20 years old, now 25. I was working as a Domino's delivery driver while waiting to ship off to boot camp. I lived in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana, and usually at night, which this was, it was only me and 2 other people working, but tonight was different. I was the only driver. We got a call to deliver to this guy, infamous for not leaving a tip, but it was my job, so I went anyway. He lived about 35 minutes away, just on the edge of our delivery zone. And on the way there, power lines were knocked over all around, which I remember being really confused by, because there hadn't been any big storms or anything the last couple days, but I drove slow and around them when they were in the street. I give him the pizza and leave, and I start driving back. And in the back of my mind, surrounded by the woods, something told me to look up, and I did. I stopped my truck, got out, and just stared into the sky. Like I said, I lived in the woods in Bayou-ish area of Louisiana where we can still see the stars, and it looked like a giant rectangular piece of the sky was missing. It was jet black in that place only. I stared at it without moving for probably 3 to 4 minutes before a noise to my right spooked me. So I turned to see what it was, and when I looked back up, the rectangle was gone. Or back? The sky was normal, but I know for a fact I saw what I saw. I never once told anyone and always kind of just blocked it out until recently. I'm still lost to this day on what it was. It was a perfect rectangle. I don't believe in aliens or paranormal stuff or whatever, but I know what I saw. Story by Additional Let 9875, The Great Green Escape. So I was in my room studying at my desk. my desk was filled with books, and at the edge of my desk was this bright green laminated bookmark that our teacher had given to us. It had some useful phrases on it for us to remember. Anyways, I moved my books, and that bookmark fell off the desk, and I looked at it as it fell. I saw where it was about to land, but I blinked or looked away, I'm not sure, and it suddenly wasn't on the ground. I figured it could have fallen under or into my backpack, which was right next to my desk. I checked and it wasn't there. I didn't really need it, but it was driving me crazy that it had just disappeared in front of my eyes, so I started tearing my room apart to find it. I started looking into places that it couldn't possibly have been in. I moved my desk and bed across the room, checked under the carpet, behind, under, and in my bookshelf. I even started looking for it outside of my room, in case it had mysteriously slid under my door into the corridor, but it was nowhere to be found. At some point, I gave up. After we took the exam, about a week later, I told my friends what had happened, and said that it would probably show up now that I didn't need it anymore. So I decided to text my mom if she had seen a neon green laminated piece of paper, which was hard to miss. She answered no, but a couple of minutes later, she sent me a picture of it, asking, "Is this it?" I was like, "Yeah, where did you find it?" She had found it under the table in the living room. My room is on one side of the house, and the living room is on the other side of it. It couldn't have traveled there on its own. And if anyone from my family had found it, they wouldn't have put it there, since it had English writing on it, and I'm the only one going to school, and therefore the only one who would own something like that. No one else in my family speaks English. So why not just bring it to my room? I wouldn't find this so scary had I not torn apart my room for almost an hour straight just to find it. It really just disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the living room. And a couple months later, I had a similar incident at work, but I won't go into that one now. Story by Civil Technology 805. The Man Who Didn't Run. This happened around 2007, and my girlfriend at the time and I were 18 or 19, about a year out of high school. Because of not so great circumstances, we were living in a 2-bedroom house with my girlfriend's dad, who is kind of a burnout. Regardless, he was a good guy who mostly had his crap together and was kind enough to let his daughter and her loser boyfriend stay with him while we all sorted stuff out. I mention all this for context because as a household of 2 cocky teens and a burnout, we were kind of the troublemakers of the neighborhood. We didn't keep up our lawn, made loud noises late at night, parked our cars on the wrong side of the road, and left our garbage cans out for days at a time. As a result, girlfriend's dad had developed a kind of rivalry with the lady in the house across the street. She was a bit of a Karen before we called them Karens, and would stick her nose where we didn't think it belonged. So girlfriend's dad would get in bitching matches with her, telling her to frick off and mind her own business and whatnot. The lady had 2 daughters, the elder was high school aged, and the younger was between 5 and 7 years old. Despite mom being snooty to us, the daughters were friendly enough. The younger daughter was a bit of a talker and would just tell her about her life in a way that big-mouth little kids do. Also, I feel like I have to mention that this all happened in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And well, if you know, you know. If you're a native or just live there for an extended period of time, you're most likely aware that it's a magnet town for weird crap. There are all sorts of conspiracy theories and myths about government weirdness, cults, ghost stories, and high strangeness. I'm just saying, if you've been there, there's a good chance you've seen some strange stuff. I could probably share 10 or 15 more stories about weird stuff in the Springs, but we'll stick to this one for today. So on to the actual story. It was some summer night between July and September. I remember because it was still warm around 11 p.m. The moon was also full or near full because despite being the dead of night, visibility was pretty good. Combined with the streetlights, it really wasn't very dark out at all. Girlfriend and I were getting home late from hanging out with some friends. At the time, neither of us drank or did drugs or anything like that, so we were both stone sober. We decided to park in front of Karen Lady's house because she had done something to piss off Dad earlier, and we thought it would be funny to retaliate. Girlfriend and I were having some funny conversation as we were getting out of the car, and I was mid-rant. As I was going on, she suddenly hissed my name to shut me up, and I quickly noticed her expression had changed. Her eyes were wide and she was looking toward Karen Lady's house. She wordlessly signaled, as I wasn't getting what she was doing at first, and I turned to see what had got her attention. Standing, with his back to us, right in front of the leftmost front window of Karen Lady's house, was a man in a long-sleeved jacket and jeans. He was dead still, staring into the window. We were about 10 or 15 feet from him, separated only from the front lawn of the house, but he did not seem to notice or acknowledge us. It did not affect him in the slightest that we had driven up and were talking loudly, nor that we had obviously noticed him. We were particularly disturbed because, to our knowledge, the window the man was staring in was to the youngest daughter's bedroom. The little girl had told us before that, "That's my bedroom," while pointing to that window, and we had joked to ourselves that it was weird of Mom to post her youngest up toward the front of the house. In some ways, we were somewhat vindicated in our joking by seeing this creep stare into her window. I was a scrawny, cowardly teen, so I had no interest in engaging this weirdo. Instead, girlfriend and I scurried across the street and into our house. Dad was awake and we wasted no time letting him know what was going on. He stepped out onto the porch and confirmed that the guy was still there. While we stood with him, her dad started yelling across the street. "Hey!" he started, and then when the creep didn't react, "Hey, fricker!" The guy still didn't even budge, so the three of us watched a few minutes more before we finally decided to call the cops. Dad went to bed, washing his hands of the whole thing because he didn't like the cops and just assumed this would drum up more bad blood between him and Karen Lady. We called a non-emergency police line and explained to the dispatcher the whole situation, that there was some guy staring into the neighbor's house, that we did not recognize him, that we knew the window belonged to the youngest daughter's bedroom, and that he had been there at least for 30 minutes now. The dispatch lady replied that she would have the nearest police patrol to the neighborhood as soon as possible, and to keep eye on the creep if we could. We were happy to oblige, and just kept watching this guy while we loudly spoke to the police line on the front porch. There was no way this creep couldn't hear us as we described him and the situation to the police. Still, he just stood there motionless. Here's where it gets even more freaky. It was about 10 minutes before a police cruiser turned the corner onto our block. We stayed on the line with the dispatcher the entire time, reaffirming that the man was still there. As the police entered our neighborhood, they turned on a huge spotlight and swept it back and forth across the front of each house on the block. They were very deliberate as they searched, driving only 5 or so miles per hour and slowly scanning the front of each house. When they finally reached Karen's house, the light swept across the front door and moved to the window with the offending creep in front. We thought the cops had found him as the light stopped and hung right on the guy for a good 5 seconds. We watched very plainly as the light cast a huge shadow with his silhouette onto the front of the house. As the spotlight hit him, the creep moved for the first time since we noticed him. His shadow, reacting to the light, turned and started to slowly step to the left. The cop started to move the light again, and when it was off the window, the man was gone. He had not started to run or dodge. He was not fleeing as the light passed him by. His body had just disappeared. It was like the spotlight itself had erased him from the side of the house. Girlfriend and I started freaking out on the phone, yelling at the lady on the other end that the guy had just vanished into thin air. The dispatcher insisted we calm down and to describe what had just happened. We said the cops had the guy in the spotlight and he just disappeared. The police car left the block and the dispatcher said she'd have the officers follow up with us. Now, of course, you could say that we just didn't see the guy as he ran away, but it would be very hard for either of us to miss him fleeing. The way the neighborhood was constructed, each house was packed closely together with high fences in between. Our houses were in the middle of the block, and the creep could really only run east or west across clear front yards or the road. To the immediate left of Karen's house, the direction the man turned before disappearing, was a tall fence with no foothold to easily climb. If he had wanted to jump the fence, he would have had to scurry up or perform some superhuman leap to clear it, which we did not see him do. The neighborhood had no bushes for him to hide in, and really the only thing he could have hid behind was our car that we had parked in front of the house, but that was to the opposite direction that he had turned when caught by the spotlight. As I said before, visibility was pretty good due to the full moon, streetlights, and house lights from Karen's porch. Obviously, visibility was not 100%, but I would admit if it was dark enough to just lose him into the night. I assure you, that wasn't the case. By our witness, he had seriously just disappeared, dematerialized in that spotlight. The cops came around about 10 minutes later and knocked on our door. The first thing they asked was for us to confirm which house we had seen the creep. We were confused and told them it was a house right across from us and insisted they had the spotlight on the guy for a good 5 seconds. Both officers said they had seen nothing and had us point where the guy was. We walked across the street with them and told them that they had definitely had the light on the guy for a significant amount of time, and we thought they had seen him. The police were as confused as we were and assured us they didn't see anyone. They ended up knocking on Karen's door that night and talking to her before returning to talk to us. Apparently, Karen had told the cops that the man was probably the older daughter's boyfriend and that he was probably playing a prank on her. We were flabbergasted, explained that the window the guy was looking in was to the youngest daughter's bedroom, and that the whole situation seemed really suspicious. Ultimately, there wasn't much more the cops could do except patrol the area for a while longer before leaving. After all, they hadn't seen anyone suspicious in their search. Suffice to say, the whole event left a very weird taste in our mouths, and we were left completely confused and without any answers for the rest of the night. It would be odd enough for a guy to be peeping on a little girl at night, but his insane disappearance left us deeply disturbed into the next day. And further, we ended up even more pissed off by Karen, who tried to play off some weirdo creeping on our kids as some sort of prank from a boyfriend. We assumed she just didn't want to cooperate because of her feud with us. But come on, we were trying to help her family. I still occasionally talk to my ex-girlfriend, and I'll ask every once in a while if she remembers at night. She says, of course, and I can at least rest assured I didn't hallucinate the whole thing. Story by Dewey Shodu, The Crayon Conservation Law. Ever since I was a child, I had a recurring issue. My stuff, especially my colored pencils, crayons, and so on, would disappear, while others would duplicate. I was always a very organized person, very organized. I always buy one piece and pack, etc. of whatever I need, and believe me when I say, it will stay exactly where it should be. My pencil, cases, brushes, paints, notebooks are organized by color and size till this day. Yet somehow, every single time when I put something away with an intent to not use it for a while, trip, summer break, whatever, I come back to my stuff and something is always missing. But the spot it was in? Never empty. If my red pencil goes missing, I can be sure as hell blue or some other color will be in its place. While the other OG blue pencil is still in its place, obviously. Same brand, same set. It's even used to a similar extent. It's been happening my whole life. Now, when it happens, I don't even think about it twice anymore because it's just a thing that happens to me since always, and that's it. An inconvenience. But then, once in a blue moon, I sit on it, and I can't help but wonder what the hell is happening to my stuff, and where do these things come from? I'm also quite positive it's probably happened with my other stuff as well, like socks, press-on nails, and so on. But the art stuff is the only thing it can actually look at and say, what the hell? Story by Silly Durian, 9280. A Strange Airdrop. So it was Thanksgiving of 2022, and I was visiting my cousins at their house. My phone was on low battery, and I got my charger out and plugged it into their outlet. Once we had to leave, I packed up my charger and phone into my bag. My mom, brother, and I left and got in the car. It was a 40-minute drive or so back to our house. Anyways, right when we got home, I opened my bag at the door. It was on the floor, and my phone was completely gone. I looked everywhere in the bag and knew there was no possible way it could be anywhere in the house, because I just had it at my cousin's house. I went back and looked everywhere in the car, under the floor mats and everything, and it wasn't there. My mom texted my aunt asking if I had left it there and described where it last was, and she said no, and they never found it. I just accepted that maybe it had dropped on the sidewalk or on our way to the car somehow and was probably gone by now. So I didn't have a phone for months. Until my dad got me a new one, since I hadn't been having one for a while. So my parents are divorced, and I had been living with my mom when all this occurred. I eventually decided to move in with my dad for a bit. After a few months of living with him, one day, I walked into his spare room. We barely went in, and I saw my old phone sitting right in the middle of the chair there. It was the exact same one. I know this for a fact because it has the exact same cracks on the screen and everything. The cracks were in weird places, such as the camera as well. Same model, same phone. I tried turning it on, but it was completely dead and broke, and didn't charge up either. I asked my dad if he had put it there, somehow, and he said he hadn't ever put it there and had no idea how my phone got there. I hardly ever visit him in between the time I lost my phone and when I moved in, and I'm 100% sure I didn't somehow bring my old phone with me, because I didn't even have one, plus got a new one later on, and have it end up in the middle of the chair in that room. It still freaks me out how it even got there. Story by Ready Set Get Wet, The Spare Son Timeline. Maybe I'm going crazy. It sure feels like it. Earlier today, I was heading out of the living room to speak with my son, who I knew was in the kitchen doing dishes. As I walked by our patio door, I saw my son sitting on the deck reading a book. The sun was shining, and he was in an entirely different outfit. It was pouring rain here all day. I had quickly walked by, and it took my brain a moment to comprehend what I saw, so I stopped and stepped back to look again, and it was back to raining, and the chair he was sitting on had some pool towels on it. My son was still in the kitchen. I wrote that one off to just a momentary lapse and didn't think much of it. Later, though, I'm making my bed. My youngest sleeps with me most nights instead of his own bed, so it's not uncommon for his toys to be there. His favorite stuffy is tucked in, so I moved it and pulled the sheet back. And there's an exact duplicate of it. Now, this stuffy was missing for over a month, and I just recently found it, folded up inside a fish-shaped sleeping bag. No one replaced it during that time. We searched high and low until we came across it randomly. Now, suddenly, we have two, and no one knows where the second one came from? Not only that, but how would both be in my bed and no one noticed that there are two identical stuffed animals? Story by Roundhawk 4867, Flush Point Error. About a year ago, something happened that I still can't explain. I live with my family in a small condo. Nothing weird about it. There's no history, no haunted house kind of thing. But this day was different. It wasn't late, probably around noon. I went downstairs to use the bathroom, the one right by our front door. I've used that bathroom hundreds of times. I know where it is. But when I opened the door, it wasn't the bathroom. Behind it was a large empty room I'd never seen before. It looked like a waiting area. Rows of those cheap metal chairs lined up like it was some kind of clinic or office lobby. The walls were beige, the floor was brown carpet. Bright fluorescent lights were buzzing overhead. No windows or signs, just this weird sterile room. All the chairs were of the same dull color, except for one. A single, yellowish chair sitting off-center in one of the rows. It didn't look new or important. It just didn't match the others, and it drew my eye immediately. To be clear, I didn't go in. I didn't even lean forward. I just stood there staring like an idiot. It didn't feel like a dream, and I wasn't tired. I wasn't on meds. I was just a little freaked out, trying to figure out how I could be seeing something like this in my own restroom. I didn't have my phone on me, so I couldn't take a picture. Not that it even crossed my mind at the time. I was too focused on what I was seeing, or maybe not seeing. After maybe 10 seconds, I shut the door, waited a few moments. I opened it again. Bathroom. Completely normal, tile floor, toilet, towel rack, just like always. I haven't seen that room ever again. No other weird events here. Never told my parents because I didn't know how to even begin explaining it. But I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't imagining it. If anyone's had something similar happen even once, I'd love to hear it. Still don't know what to make of this. But if I ever see that room again, I am not opening that door twice. Story by Fast Aeoli, 1494. Calibrated Chaos. Yesterday, my husband and I ate some noodles. Before we ate, my husband used a kitchen scale to divide the noodles into equal portions. He used a scale on the kitchen counter because he doesn't have a habit of bringing the scale to the dining table. I used to bring the scale to the dining table when I was tracking calories, but I haven't done that in a long time because I've been too lazy to count calories lately. After we finished eating, my husband cleaned the table. There was definitely no scale on the dining table, and I noticed that too. Then we went upstairs. I took a shower, got into bed, and started scrolling on my phone. After my husband finished his shower, he went downstairs to put on body lotion and pour himself a glass of tea to bring upstairs. He didn't use a scale, and he normally never touches it outside of the kitchen. Later, we played computer games upstairs for a while. At one point, I wanted a Diet Coke, so I went downstairs to the kitchen. I didn't even turn on the light because I was being lazy. I went straight to the refrigerator, grabbed a Diet Coke, rinsed off the bottle because it felt a little dirty, and then went back upstairs. I didn't touch anything else besides the refrigerator and the Coke bottle. After we finished gaming, we both went downstairs. That's when my husband noticed the scale sitting on the dining table. The strange part was how neatly it was placed. The edge of the scale was perfectly aligned with the edge of the table, as if someone had carefully positioned it there. My husband asked if I had put the scale on the table. I said no, because I hadn't touched it. He said he hadn't touched it either, and we were both so confused. I know my husband doesn't have a habit of taking the scale out of the kitchen, and he knows I don't usually place things in such a neat and precise way. We checked the entire house, and there was nobody else there. We don't have guests, roommates, or friends staying with us, no children. It was just the two of us in the house. So we're still completely flabbergasted about how the scale ended up on the dining table. Who the hell moved it? Story by James Drayton, The Hole in the Dark. When I was a kid, I grew up back and forth from England and Ireland due to having family in both countries. No matter which country I was living in at the time, one thing that never changed was being taken on some family trip to see a castle. In fact, I've seen so many castles during my childhood, I can't even count them all. Most of the castles I saw in England were with my grandparents, but by the time I was once again living in Ireland, these castle trips with them had been substituted for castle hunting with my dad, as he liked to call it. I didn't really like these castle hunting trips with my dad, mostly because the castles we went to were very small and unimpressive compared to the grand and well-preserved ones I saw in England. In fact, the castles we went to in Ireland weren't even castles. They were more like fortified houses from the 16th century. There are some terrific castles in Ireland, but the only problem with Irish castles like this is they're either privately owned or completely swarmed with tourists, so my dad much preferred to find the lesser-known ones in the country. Searching the web for one of these lesser-known castles, my dad would find one that was near the border between the provinces of Leinster and Munster. Although I can't remember which county or even province this castle was in, if I had to guess, it may have been somewhere in Tipperary. After an hour of driving to find this castle, we then came upon a small cow or sheep field in the middle of nowhere. The reason we stopped outside this field was because the castle we were looking for just happened to be inside it. Unlike the other castles we'd already seen, this one was definitely not a fortified house. The ruins were fairly tall, with 2 out of 4 remaining round towers. Clearly, no effort had been made to preserve this castle, as it was entirely covered in vegetation. But for a castle in Ireland, it was very much worth the trip. Entering the field to explore the castle, one of the first things I see is an entrance into a very dark room, or perhaps chamber. Although I was curious as to what was inside there, the entrance was extremely dark, so dark that all I could see was black. I've always been afraid of going into very dark places, but for some reason, despite how terrified the thought of entering this room was, I also felt a strong, unfamiliar urge to go through the darkness, as though something was trying to lure me in there. As curious as I was to enter this pitch-black entrance, I was also just as afraid. It was as though my determined curiosity and fear of the dark were equal to each other in this moment, where in the past my fear of the darkness was always much stronger. Torn between my curiosity to enter the darkness and fear of it, I eventually move on to explore the rest of the castle ruins, where I would again come upon another entrance. Unlike the first entrance, this one was not as dark, therefore I could see this entrance was in fact a tunnel of sorts, and just like the first, I again felt a strong urge to go inside. Swallowing my fear, which is a rare occurrence for me, I work up the courage to enter the tunnel, without my phone or a flashlight on hand. Before reaching where the light ended and the darkness began. With the darkness of this tunnel right in front of me now, I again felt an incredibly strong urge, where again it felt as though something was indeed trying to lure me in. But as strong as this lure and my own curiosity was, thankfully my fear of dark places won out, and so I exit the tunnel and go find my dad on the outside. Telling my dad about this tunnel I found, he then enters with his flashlight to look around. Although I was safely outside, I could see my dad waving his flashlight through the darkness. Rather than exploring further down the tunnel, which I expected him to do, my dad then comes out and back to me. When I asked him why he didn't explore further down the tunnel, he said right where the darkness of the tunnel begins, there is a deep hole with jagged rocks and bricks at the bottom. This revelation was quite jarring to me, because when I entered that tunnel only a few minutes ago, I was not only incredibly close to where this hole was, but I very almost let this lure bring me into the darkness, where I most certainly would have fallen into the hole. After exploring the castle ruins for a few more minutes, we then head back to the car to drive home. While driving back, I asked my dad if he explored the first entrance that I nearly went into. I should mention that my dad is ex-military and I've never really known him to be scared of anything. But when I asked him if he explored the dark room, to my surprise, he said he was too afraid to go in there, even with a flashlight. This is the same man who free climbs our roof just to paint the chimney. Like I have said already, I have explored many castles in the UK and Ireland, and despite many of them having dark, eerie rooms, this particular castle seemed to draw me in and petrify me in a way no castle has ever done before. It definitely felt as though something was trying to lure me into those dark entrances, and if that was the case, then it was intentionally trying to make me fall down the hole to my death? That's a question I've asked myself many times, but who knows, maybe it was absolutely nothing. Before I end things here, there is something I need to bring up. I tried to track down the name and location of this particular castle, searching different websites for the lesser-known castles in Ireland. The castles I found didn't match this one in appearance. I even tried to use ChatGPT to find it, but none of the castles they suggested matched either. I did recently ask my dad about the name and location of this castle, but because it was some years ago, he unfortunately couldn't remember. So what do you guys think? Did something really try luring me into those ruins? And if so, was its intention to make me fall down the jagged hole? Or is this all just silly superstition on my part? That's easily what it could have been. If anyone thinks they know what castle in Ireland this was, that would be great. Story by Select Accident 4211, The Dead Quiet Orchard. This happened last summer. My boyfriend and I had recently started dating and were itching to go on our first summer getaway together. For context, we both live and met abroad, but are from the same country, and we usually return to our home country for holidays, summer being the longest stretch of time we tend to both be back for. Although we are from the same country, we live on opposite ends of it, about a 4-hour drive. My boyfriend was going through a very stressful period at work. His job is pretty flexible, with working from home, so he does that when he's back, but he was in charge of a project which was causing some issues for him. I wasn't in a better position myself since I had recently lost my dad, important for later, and was drowning in legal paperwork. Long story short, we both needed a break and some time to just decompress. This happened during peak vacation season, and everything was crazy expensive. We were also on the verge of a breakdown and missing one another, so I said, frick it, why don't we go for a week to my summer house and just chill? We would still have our responsibilities, but at least we'd be together. He loved the idea. We set a date, and we're off. I have a summer house in a tiny, remote village in the south of the country. It's an agricultural community, so all you see are olives and orange trees for miles. It doesn't get too busy, and it's like a 20-minute drive from the sea. Perfect for two overstimulated late 20-year-olds to just exist in limbo for a couple of days. My house is also across the street from a playground. It's more like the center square of the village. There's an old school building in the middle. The playground on the left, an open space where they host the yearly village festival with music and food on the night. This was amazing for me when I was a kid. The house is on an incline, so the playground was visible from our balcony, which was great for our parents too. They could keep an eye on us kids while we burned off some energy, and when the festival came around, we had a direct view of all the festivities from the comfort of our own home. The square is also on a slight incline. Behind and below is a small olive orchard, and an electrical building which just hosts the power for the lights around the square. This will become crucial information for later. So we packed our bags and went off. We both arrived fine and settle in for a week, one of ups and downs. The first night goes by without a hitch. On the second day, we work during the day and go for a swim in the afternoon. We come back after dinner, and it's nearing midnight. You can probably see where this is going. Also, for more context, my house is also neighboring my aunt's house. We are on shaky terms for reasons I won't go into here, and for many reasons we were being a little low-key when going outside, because I didn't want her to see me and my boyfriend. So, silly me, wanting to relive a bit of my childhood, away from prying eyes, suggest, why don't we go for a late night swing? There's no one around. What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy, here we go. We swing around. It's dead silent. I notice my aunt's porch light is on, which isn't odd, just meant we were probably being watched. Oh well, whatever. It wasn't like I could do much about it. We sat there chatting for a while, just enjoying the peace and quiet. There are some rustling noises coming from below, but we just assumed it was the breeze. Eventually, we got a little bored and decided to go to the little kid slide, which was located further back and closer to the school building, and was at the time poorly lit. Before you start thinking something weird, this wasn't for any other reason than just wanting to go down a kiddie slide, okay? To give some perspective, the swings are diagonal to the school building and closer to the exit. The slide was one of those playhouses with a slide attached thing, and just so happened to have a light facing it. It had just gone out. We are talking the distance from here to there. It's not a big playground. Anyway, we go there to get on the tiny structure. Everything is good. We started talking about nothing in particular. I'm facing towards the olive orchard and the electrical building, and my boyfriend is facing the house. I slightly turn my head and notice my aunt's porch light is now off. Great, I think. Some privacy. I turn facing the orchard again. Everything is normal for maybe 10 seconds before every hair on my body is standing on edge. There's this debilitating pit in my stomach, and the most I need to get out of here or I'm going to die feeling like I've ever experienced. I have never felt this level of fear in my life. My boyfriend felt it too, as we exchanged a look of knowing. We kept talking to fill the silence, but something was definitely very, very wrong. Whatever or whoever it was, the threat wasn't coming in the direction of my house, but from the side of the orchard, the back of the school, and the electrical building. Especially the electrical building, which was behind the school, down a few steps. It was fully lit, unlike the slide, but I was still getting the worst vibe from there. It was also the first time whatever it was would have a clear view of us. The swings were obstructed by the slide structure, but on the slide structure, we would stand out if anything was there, like sore thumbs. I don't know where we found the composure to not run. We got off the structure, me first, then my boyfriend, and started walking back home. We both physically refused to go down that was in the direction of the orchard, and literally went down the slide which was facing the exit. The entire time, I was looking at the school building windows, convinced that at any moment I would see eyes staring back at me on the other side, as the energy had now shifted to the side of the school building. I never stopped looking over my shoulder until we reached the steps leading us out of the playground and onto the street. By that point, my house was closer. I should have felt relieved. If it was an animal, we could always run to my boyfriend's car, which was parked outside my house gate. But I still felt this urge to run as fast as I could inside the house. We managed to make it home in one piece, and that's when we both let the panic surface. Both of us had felt that gut feeling at the same time. It wasn't like there had been a visible threat in sight. In the time I was facing that direction, I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't heard a single thing. I just knew that something or someone was somewhere, and their intentions were anything but pure. And I had a strong feeling it wasn't an animal, but a person, specifically a man. The brain is weird in that way. It fills in the blanks in ways I can't understand, and to me, a man was more pleasurable of an image than an animal stalking us, or something even supernatural. That's when my boyfriend pointed out that there had been no sounds at all. It had been dead silent. Not even the rustling he had pointed out earlier when we had been swinging from the gentle breeze. We just knew we had to leave now or something really bad was going to happen. My true crime brain also found it extremely weird how quickly, after I saw my aunt's light turn off, I felt in danger. As if someone knew that there was no one who could save me watching me anymore. That could be the paranoia talking, but it all didn't and still doesn't sit right with me. We decided to put it in the back of our minds for the sake of sleep, but it's fair to say we were both pretty shaken. I wish I could tell you how it ends here, but there's a bit more left. To preface, I've never felt unsafe there before. Not when I was a kid, or when I would visit briefly with my dad. But my uncle had made a strange comment to me on the phone earlier that day, something along the lines of, "Aren't you scared there, all alone?" To which I mentioned I'm not alone and not to worry, and no inklings of potential danger. I just thought of a typical thing for an uncle to say to his niece, since he didn't know I was there with company. The next morning, we were both visibly still a little shaken, but after talking it over and chucking it up to maybe just being nerves, we went on with our day. Working from home has made us cooped up, so for dinner we went out. We couldn't have gone longer than 3 hours. Then we got home. Everything was fine and dandy. My boyfriend parked the car on the incline of my driveway, and I went ahead to open the garage door. For context, my house has a fence outside. On the left, we have a garage gate. It's an open garage, where I was parking my car, and on the right is what could be considered a main entrance, which has rusted closed for many years. We were using my garage gate as our main entrance, something we always did anyway. The driveway is also on an incline, and underneath that incline is a drain. We don't have a view of that part until I literally walk up to it, since it's elevated to make up for the high difference between the road and the house. When I'm almost at the gate, I stop dead in my tracks and yelp. There, lying motionless on the drain, is a cat. At first I thought I was sleeping, but then when it didn't move, I yelled. I noticed it looked raw. There was no blood anywhere to indicate an impact, no trail. It was as if someone had picked it up and placed it there. I've never seen a dead animal before in my life, so immediately I'm on edge. My boyfriend runs over, not knowing what's happened, and his face hardens. He goes into protective boyfriend mode, makes sure to shield me from getting closer to it, opens the gate, and tells me to go upstairs. He follows behind me soon after, and we go inside. Unlike me, my boyfriend spent all his summers in the countryside. He'd seen roadkills and could distinguish one from another. He told me that after we got in, that it looked staged, and the cat looked to have died hours before we stumbled upon it. He wanted to ensure we were safe before saying anything, because he couldn't tell when it could have been placed from the time we left to now, and if whoever might have done it was still around. Obviously, we have no way of proving that. I don't know much about cats, but I've heard it's when they are nearing death, they go somewhere and hide. So this felt out of place. And given what had happened the night before, it all felt too much to be a coincidence. Nothing else weird happened the rest of the time we were there. We actually went back with my boyfriend again for another week after this, and had an amazing time. I've been back since with my mom to run errands. Nothing happened then too. I always look at the playground now with new eyes though, searching for anything amiss, but I've never gotten that feeling again. I can only reason with these three possibilities. 1. We caught the eye of some deranged weirdo who either wanted to scare us or hurt us for craps and giggles. 2. It was an animal that was hungry and saw an easy target. Or 3. Someone or something was consciously trying to intimidate my family, through me, to, I guess, scare us and make us feel unwelcome. But, logic aside, it still makes no sense to me a while later. I'd appreciate any thoughts on what it could have been, if anything at all. I don't know who or what was there that night, but whatever it was, I never want to cross paths with it again. Story by Scary Income 3248. A seismic déjà vu. So this happened maybe 2 or 3 days ago. I woke up and, as usual, made my coffee and tea for my boyfriend, who was coming to visit. Suddenly, I felt an earthquake, which was nothing big. It may have been a little shake. Suddenly, my boyfriend calls me and says he isn't coming after all because he has to work. I shrug it off and drink my coffee. I look at the clock and it says it's 10:34 a.m. This seemed weird because I woke up at 9:30, but I shrugged it off as, meh, time runs when you're having fun. I drank my coffee and doom-scrolled for a bit when suddenly the earthquake came back about 30 minutes later, but now in a different direction. I called my mom at what should have been 11 a.m. sharp, and she said she didn't feel anything. Then I heard a knock at the door, I opened it, and it was my boyfriend. My phone alarm went off. Wait. It was 10:34 again, and the quake repeated. This time both of us felt it. We talked about it constantly, but I still have questions. Did I talk to a stranger? Did all 3 quakes happen? Time reset? Am I going crazy? And why am I the only one who remembers all 3? Story by 448 Purse. The White Blur. This is so weird, and I feel insane even writing about it. A couple of years ago, my mother and I were chatting together in the kitchen one evening. We'd locked up the back door already, and the only lighting in the room would have been from the windows, as the sun was setting. We'd been talking about my deceased grandparents, which is most likely a coincidence, but just made the whole situation feel even creepier. She said something, and I remember pausing to think about it. Then out of nowhere, a white, human-sized thing flew right past us. An almost iridescent, impossibly bright and pure white thing appeared, and in the same moment traveled all the way to the other side of the room. I'd been dealing with schizophrenia at the time, so I didn't say anything, assuming it was another hallucination. Though my usual hallucinations were nothing like that, and were almost always darkened figures. But my mother must have seen my face twitch. She asked, "Did you see that too?" I remember just being filled with dread. I almost cried. It was so strange. We'd both seen the exact same impossible figure do the same movement, then completely disappear. We've never seen it again since, and even now when we talk about it, we both get freaked out and end up changing the topic. It seriously gives me chills just thinking about it. I can't explain what it could have been at all. My house has always felt a little haunted, but nothing at all like this has happened before or since. It just didn't feel ghost-like, for lack of a better term. It felt more like we'd seen something that wasn't supposed to be there. Story by Spark Alter. The Basement Update. Some context. About 5 to 6 months ago, my mom, grandmother, and I moved into a new house so our old place could be sold. The house is roughly 24 by 48, with a basement and a main floor about 6 feet up. The basement is slightly below ground level. Originally, my grandmother had the master bedroom. My mom had one of the upstairs bedrooms, and the other upstairs bedroom sat empty. When the realtor showed us the house, the basement had 3 finished rooms, my bedroom, a den, and an extra room we never ended up using, plus a bathroom. That basement was actually what sold us on the place, since it meant I'd have my own space downstairs instead of taking the empty upstairs bedroom. We lived there for months like that. Basement finished and in use, upstairs bedroom empty. Then about a week or 2 ago, my parents and I went on vacation to Toronto. When we got back, my room downstairs was gone. Just 4 gyprock walls, a few metal supports, and a concrete floor. That's all the basement is now. Now, my grandmother is in that upstairs bedroom that used to be empty, and I'm in the master. I know this isn't just us misremembering, because my posters and my stuff are up here in the master now. The same stuff that was in my room downstairs before we left. My grandmother seems confused about it too, but she's not questioning how she ended up in a different bedroom instead of the master. It's like the shift in living arrangements doesn't feel wrong to her, just my missing room does. We called the people who sold us the house. They said they never used the basement. The realtor told us we could build down there if we wanted, like it had always been empty. It's like we slipped into some alternate version of the house where the basement never existed. Except my grandmother and I can both sketch out exactly how it used to look, room for room. A few of my online friends even remember me mentioning the basement before. But my mom doesn't remember the basement at all. To her, it's always been empty. So now it's not even all 3 of us against the world on this. It's me and my gran against my own mom's memory of the place we all live in. I'm genuinely questioning my own sanity here. Also, sorry if this reads weird. It's really late for me right now, and I'm just so confused. Story by Retland Music. The Other Wednesdays. I am a natural skeptic, but an unexplainable event at a local park left 2 entire groups of parents completely spooked. I've thought about it every day since. Here is a story of a day a soccer field seemingly existed in 2 timelines at once. This experience happened in the fall of 2024. I have an advanced degree in one of the social science fields, and in the process of my studies and required research curriculum, I have taken many undergraduate and graduate courses aimed toward learning about understanding the scientific method, scientific and experimental design, psychometrics, and all numbers of statistical concepts. I have expertise in psychology specifically, so I understand common human cognitive biases and errors, such as our tendency to make meaning out of ambiguous information, availability heuristics, spurious correlations, and related phenomena. All the time of this experience, I was living in a relatively small town in Oregon. It had a population of about 20,000 people, and I was a coach for my 4-year-old soccer team. The season was drawing near its end, with only a few weeks left. There was a single person in charge of the whole soccer organization who gave all teams a set schedule for every team with a set time, set days during the week, and a set practice location for the whole season. My team was assigned to one specific park on Wednesdays at 5:30 p.m. for the whole season. There were 2 fields at the park, Field 1 and Field 2. I was assigned to Field 1. There was always another team on Field 2, so both were always in use for the entire season, with the exception of one evening. One day, I showed up like I always did. The players and parents on my team started arriving like clockwork. I was chatting with them as they arrived per usual. Then this other team started to arrive. At first I didn't pay attention because I thought it was just usual for the team that plays on Field 2, but then this team's coach, parents, and players started to come over and set up on Field 1 as well. At this point I was confused and began to pay more attention to the team to understand what was happening. It didn't take long to realize that I have never seen any of them before. I didn't recognize the kids, the parents on the other team, or the head coach. Yet they were the same age group, had the same soccer jerseys, and the same assigned equipment as us. I approached the head coach, who was a woman in her early 40s with brown curly hair, to try to clear up the confusion. Surely there was some explainable misunderstanding. I approached her politely and said, "Hey, the head of the soccer organization has us scheduled to be on the field on Wednesdays at 5:30 p.m. this season." She looked at me, seemed confused herself, and replied, "We're always on field 1. I don't know what you're talking about." I clarified, "You're scheduled for Wednesdays at 5:30 at this park on field 1. She nods. I checked my smartwatch and confirmed it was Wednesdays and the time was 5:40 p.m. I said, "I've never seen you here before, and I've been here every Wednesday at this time." She looked surprised and seemed frustrated, and then said, "I've never seen you before. You've never been here. I don't know why you're here now." I became increasingly confused. I said, "Did you reschedule your practice? Do you usually play on a different day?" And she again said in an increasingly frustrated tone, "No, we're always Wednesdays at this time. We're always on field 1. I don't know why you're here." It was already getting late, and both teams needed to practice, so I said, "Well, there's usually another team on field 2. You're welcome to it since they don't seem to be here yet, or we can share our field." She rolled her eyes and said, "I guess we'll just try field 2 for now," and walked away, shaking her head. By this point, I felt I was going crazy. I have no history of mental illness, psychosis, etc. I started searching for some kind of anchor to reality. I focused on the other team's parents and noticed that they were all visibly confused. The expressions on their faces seemed to say, "What is going on? Why are they on our field?" I look at our team's parents and notice the same visibly confused facial expressions. I had developed good relationships with some of the parents on my team and went to get their impression, since I was so confused too. I said, "Have you ever seen these people before?" And they just shook their heads, "No." Then one of them said, "No, I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. This is feeling really weird." This confirmed to me I was not crazy, since it was a shared perception. The chances of some large folie à deux-like delusion is infinitesimally small. I explained. The coach said that they've been here every Wednesday, and they're always on field 1, and they've never seen us before. And I feel the same way. I've never seen them. This is odd. As I said this, their reaction was as if blood had drained out of their faces. They were genuinely spooked, which aligned with my internal sense. The other team that is usually on field 2 never showed up. The phantom team just continued to practice for that day on field 2, and we carried out our practices and went on. They never showed up again the remaining next few weeks that we had practices. The usual team that was always on field 2 showed up like they always had previously. At the end of the season, there was a jamboree where all the teams would get together and play. All teams were present, playing a game against an opponent of the same age. On this day, I made a point to look out for this head coach, the parents, and the players of this phantom team. They were nowhere to be found. I searched for explanations. Given my background, I'm skeptical as I believe humans try to manage discomfort, including the vast unknowns of the universe, reality, and so forth, through hubris. To state that we know everything about how reality works is arrogant at worst and defensive at best. This is my way of saying that I'm open to novelty and unknown explanations that fall within the limits of my understanding and perceptions, but my mind is not so open that my brain falls out, so to speak. I must think of Occam's razor explanations, some of which could be plausible and perhaps other plausible explanations that just don't register for me. One possible explanation could be that the coach and all the parents and players had missed the practice and just decided to go rogue and reschedule outside of the soccer organization system and just planned in a cheeky, nefarious way to act confused if we push back against them wanting to practice on the field. they would all have to pretend to be confused and pretend like they're the ones who are always there, almost in a psychological gaslighting kind of way. But if from their perspective there was an open field, why wouldn't they just use that one? This would be the simplest choice with the least friction. Secondly, every one of them would have been very skilled actors because they all seemed genuinely confused, including down to the micro expressions on their faces. As an expert in psychology, I'm pretty good at being able to read people, and my interpretation was that their reactions seemed genuine. My confusion was genuine, theirs seemed genuine, and it was uniform across the coach and all the parents on both sides, and so I don't have any other plausible explanation. I have a hard time believing in such phenomena of timeline jumps, glitches in the matrix, or changes in the so-called simulation we could be living in. However, this experience was strange enough to get me curious about these concepts and concede that this phenomena may be possible after all. Story by JC1993 Moat. The Promotion Day Plot Twist. I live in a mid-sized city that is very sprawled with tons of traffic and roads. I also have a brother-in-law who's like a little brother to me, and we're pretty close. I was working at a grocery store downtown and applying for a higher position at a different location closer to my house. I was sent to work at that new location for a day to meet everyone and get a feel for the job and see if I would be a good fit. This was not standard practice for a potential transfer and promotion in this company. I shouldn't have been there that day. We also managed to wrap everything up and finish all the necessary tasks, close the department down, and leave 2 hours early that day. This is also unheard of. Because I was at a different location, I drove home a different way than I normally do. And since I left 2 hours early, I was on the road at a time I wouldn't normally be, and passed an intersection where a wreck had just happened. By all accounts, I shouldn't have been there. As I drove past the scene, cops directing traffic, I looked over and saw my 17-year-old brother-in-law sitting on the side of the road, his face covered in blood. Of course, I freaked out and circled back. He was riding in a friend's car when someone ran a red light and smashed into them. He was alright, just minor cuts from some glass and the airbag bloodied his nose. But it's an absolutely unreal experience to drive past a wreck and unexpectedly see someone you love sitting on the road, covered in blood. But the coincidences that had to line up for me to pass at that time was unreal. Story by Ecstatic Caller 4503. The address exists, sometimes. I used to deliver medicines for a pharmacy. Aside from getting a new client here and there, my route was pretty routine. I just had to look at the client's name and I knew where to go. So I get in my car and I check where the next delivery is going and I head that way. When I got there, it looked normal, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I got to the spot where they lived, all of a sudden there was no house there. It was a row of storages. Usually those storages were on the opposite side of the street, diagonally, and their house saw the back side of the garages. I sat there for a minute thinking about it. Did I accidentally turn the wrong way? No, there's only one way to turn. Did I not go back far enough? I had to, because taking the first turn would lead me to the other side of the apartments. So I backed out, went back to the entrance, and did the exact same thing I did the first time, and the house was back. There's only one way into and out of the apartments. There's only 2 turns. The first one takes you to the front half, and the other turn, my turn, leads you to the back half of the apartments. I don't know, but it was really weird. It never happened again, just that one time. Story by OK Quail, 9021. The Wrong Right House. I have previously written about an incident that happened while dropping off my son with his dad. Apparently, this is a glitch trigger for us because a few months ago, something else happened that is really hard to explain. Right before Christmas last year, I went to pick up my kids at their dad's house, a thing I'd done dozens of times. While longish, this isn't a drive I need directions for, it's rote. and indeed everything about the drive that day was typical, except when I pulled up to the address. It wasn't his house. Different paint, different cars, differently shaped driveway. More lights. Usually there are kid toys outside and 2 cars in a driveway. There were 2, but the wrong make and models. The neighborhood is oddly shaped, such that you can't really get turned around, because every street is very different. Not only would you have to make wildly different turns, you'd just know right away because there isn't another street that is configured anything like this. I sat there for a second just kinda staring at the house like it would fix itself for me if I waited long enough. I didn't want to tell baby daddy because of the previous incident. There's only so much weirdness I can show to a co-parent before my sanity is called into question, right? So I sat and tried to recall if I had done anything at all differently. I even pulled out Google Maps in frustration, and here's the thing. It said I was exactly where I was supposed to be, sitting in the correct driveway. My little dot was perfectly where I ought to be. Not knowing what to do, after a few minutes I just turned around and made my way back out to the main road before the neighborhood turnoff, following the same turns as always, though I can't vouch for the other houses being the same. So in other words, the streets were shaped properly. The house was in the right spot, it just wasn't the right house. Anyway, I got back out to the main road, then retraced my steps. To my immense relief, I ended up at his house. I mean, my stomach was in knots. Ugh, and I so regret not taking a picture before I pulled away. Why didn't I think to do that? When I called to say that I was here, he was like, "Why did you text me when you weren't even here yet?" I said I, intentionally, hadn't texted him. He said he got a text saying, "Here," and came out, but no one was there. He then checked his phone in front of me, but the text was gone. I still haven't told him about this one, and again, because it sounds like I'm bonkers. Story by Meridian Wheaties, The Pineapple Man. Circa 2016. I was going through a rough time. I hated my ex, who watched YouTube videos incessantly. I was depressed, yada yada yada. One day I decided I would connect with him and actually watch the video in front of me. The video was of a popular YouTuber at the time, and this particular one. He bought a storage unit that was abandoned and went through it with his friends. He takes out a baseball collection, and then next, he takes out the statue of what appears to be a glass Mexican with a sombrero, and these clay-looking glass cups. I chuckled and said, "I want that." Mostly, I wanted the clay cups, but I didn't think that deep on it. I also deemed the man Pineapple Man, because his body was yellow and it just resembled a pineapple. A few days have passed and I'm walking around my house, past the fireplace with a shelf above it. There's something on it. My brain went fuzzy. I was trying to place where I'd seen it before. It was the Pineapple Man? Not the full thing though. It was a sombrero and the cups, but not the body. I freaked out and ran to my patio to find anyone, and my brother's girlfriend was right there, asking her if she bought it, and my ex runs out saying, "Dude, did you just see what's on the mantle?" Turns out my brother, whilst dumpster diving, found the exact thing that I saw in that YouTube video. We do not live in LA, where the video was filmed and uploaded a week prior. My brother explained he left the body because he didn't think they were related. He would do big hauls of dumpster diving. So I got my clay cups because I said I wanted them. Story by Hockey Player 16. Edited history. I work for a company that repairs computers for schools. When we diagnose a computer, we write on the tag what parts are needed, and the part requests are kept electronically on 2 different programs. I got back a computer that had a bad screen, LCD. When I installed the new one, the camera's circuit board broke, so I went to write it down on the tag. But it turns out the tag already had that on it, which didn't make sense because I didn't have anything in my electronic notes about the web camera. I even showed multiple coworkers and they checked what I had typed into our programs and it was nowhere to be found. I even checked the edit logs and it wasn't in there either. A few of them said, "Oh, maybe you just forgot that you had already written it down." But here's the thing. I'm very much a creature of habit, so I have to do things a certain way every time. Almost to the point where you could say it was an obsessive compulsive or autistic trait. I always leave my pens in the same place on my desk when I'm using them for the day, and at the end of the day, they always get returned to my desk caddy. Both of my ballpoint pens were still in the desk caddy, and this is my first computer of the day, so obviously I had not written anything anywhere yet. And there it was, marked right on the tag. I'm starting to notice more and more things that are really throwing me for a loop. Also, regarding the tag's handwriting, my own? Well, that's the other weird thing I'm still not sure about. A couple of people in my department have very similar handwriting as I do, to the point where sometimes I can't tell the difference between their handwriting and my own. That's why I specifically asked certain people, because I thought maybe one of them had written on it after I'd already diagnosed it. It also doesn't help that about 85% of our service technicians are all left-handed, including myself. Story by Forgive Me. Imaginary isn't always. When my mom and dad split up, I started going to my mom's new boyfriend's house every other week. Honestly, I loved it, because they had an Xbox 360, and I was a huge gamer. Being able to play online was a massive upgrade from my Game Boy and Nintendo 64 days. My mom's boyfriend had 2 daughters. One was 3, and the other was 6. The older one always talked about her imaginary friend. She had this whole backstory for this kid, and at the time I was around 10 years old or so, I just figured she was doing what kids do and making up a friend. A few weeks later, I got into the habit of waking up at 4 in the morning before school so I could play Modern Warfare 2 online before everyone else got up. One morning, while I was playing, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye down the hallway. The hallway connected both bedrooms and the bathroom. My mom's room was on the left, and the kids' room was on the right. Standing in front of the kids' room door was a little girl wearing a white dress. My heart completely dropped. At first, I thought one of the daughters had gotten out of bed, so I got up to check. When I opened the bedroom door, everyone was still asleep. The weird thing is that wasn't the only thing that happened there. There was a tire swing hanging from a tree in the backyard that would sometimes move by itself, even when there was barely any wind. My mom also swore she heard knocking on her bedroom window at night. Both bedroom windows faced the fenced backyard and not the street. The gate stayed locked, so it wasn't like random people could just walk back there. Then there was the attic. Right above the closet in the kids' room was an attic space that nobody used. Every now and then you could hear what sounded like things falling or moving up there. The creepy part is that the 6-year-old always said that that was where her imaginary friend lived. Nobody stored anything up there, and nobody ever went up there. Ever since then, when a kid tells me they have an imaginary friend, I assume it's a ghost at this point. Story by Top Swinging, 6104. The main entrance is not available. When I worked as a delivery driver, I often made deliveries to the hospital in my city. I knew the place very well because the route was always the same. At the entrance, there were 3 gates, one leading to the emergency room, one leading to the hospital's main entrance, and one for exiting. The main entrance was clearly visible from the road and could be reached by driving slightly uphill. Every time the security guard would let me in, I would park somewhere in the main courtyard, walk to the reception desk, and then leave through the exit gate. One evening, however, something strange happened. I entered through the gate that normally led to the main entrance, but instead of the large hospital building I was used to seeing, there was a dark driveway leading down to an ambulance parking area. The main entrance seemed to have completely disappeared. Confused, I asked the guard where the hospital's main entrance was. Annoyed, he pointed straight ahead and told me that it was right there. I couldn't understand what he was talking about, because all I could see was the ambulance area. I even got out of my car to look around and make sure I wasn't missing something. The guard even started yelling at me to move because I was blocking the way. Eventually, I drove into the ambulance parking area, although I was worried my car would be in the way if an ambulance needed to leave. A few moments later, the customer I was delivering to, a doctor, came out through a side service door as if everything was completely normal. What made the experience even stranger was what happened when I left. The central exit gate that I always used was gone. I couldn't make my usual U-turn and leave the way I normally did. Instead, I had to follow a long internal road that went all the way around the hospital complex before I could get out. At the time, I had never heard the concept of a glitch in reality. It was only years later that I thought back to that experience and wondered if it could fit into that category. To this day, I can't explain why the hospital appeared completely different from how I had seen it dozens of times before and after that night. On every visit after that, everything was back to normal. Story by Jackie Torrance. Loop, plug, repeat. I was recently in a hospital for surgery and had to stay 2 nights. They told me to bring my phone charger and plug as there were no USB ports. So I had a little drawstring bag which I put the charger and plug, deodorant, toothbrush, earbuds, and a few candies in. My clothes and shoes were in the closet, and this little bag I had with me on my bed tray. At home, I had to go digging in my cord drawer for the longest USB-A to USB-C cord I had, which had a kind of black and white houndstooth pattern to it, fabric covered, and is like 8 foot long. I figured the plug outlet at the hospital would be on the wall far away, so I would need my long one to comfortably reach the bed. Then I dug up a spare USB-A to outlet plug to plug the cord into. I curled the cord into circles and sort of tied it, and plugged the cord on one end and put it in the bag. The night of the surgery, I asked the nurse where the outlet was so I could plug in my charging cord. She said the outlet was actually awkwardly under the bed railing, attached to the bed frame. The plug had to be plugged in vertically into a little box, as in the prongs were pointed at the ceiling. She plugged it in for me, and I tied my end of the cord in a loose loop around the bed railing so it wouldn't fall. I didn't use it that night, and had PT and breakfast the next day. I was digging in my bag for something, and weirdly, found the cord and plug still in my bag, tied in a circle. Of course, I assumed a nurse had needed the outlet and had unplugged it and put it in my bag at night or when I was away at PT. So when the day nurse came in next, I just handed it to her and asked her if she would please plug it back in for me. She takes it and bends down and says, "You already have one in here." And I immediately looked at the bed railing to see if the cord was still tied there. But apparently it had fallen down, but the plug was still plugged in, and the cord was plugged into that, just lying on the floor. I was completely confused, mostly because I know I only had one 8-foot houndstooth colored long cord. These aren't exactly normal looking. And there was just no explanation as to how 2 of them just magically showed up. I sat there dumbfounded. I tried to explain to the nurse I only had one, and now there were 2. She was confused too. I said I guess it's a glitch in the Matrix. She hadn't heard the term, so I told her to give it a search if she wanted to go down an internet rabbit hole. After years of reading about it happening to others, I found when it happened to me, there was just so much self-doubt and the overall feeling there must be an explanation. But there is no way I own 2 of them. No way they were both in that bag when I reached for the first one the day before. It is a very small bag, maybe just smaller than a gallon Ziploc bag, with a drawstring which made it smaller when drawn up. And just no way 2 came with me from home to the hospital and ended up in my room. It's all just so strange. Story by Agile Feeling 5474. A very polite glitch. I had a very strange encounter in the Stockholm subway today, and I can't stop thinking about it. I'm not saying this was paranormal. I'm not saying it wasn't. I genuinely don't know what to make of it, so I'd love to hear how others interpret it. I was sitting in the subway with my friend when an older man sat down next to us. He looked completely normal, well-dressed, calm, articulate, very academic vibe. Nothing about him felt chaotic, drunk, or unstable. He asked us if we were Dutch. We said we were Finnish. He apologized politely and made a small comment about Finland. Then he asked, "May I ask you a question? Do you think time moves faster inside this train than outside?" We said we didn't know. He explained relativity and said Einstein proved that time does move differently depending on speed. He then asked another question. True or false? Time moves faster where your head is than your feet are. My friend guessed it was true. He said yes, because of gravity. He clearly knew physics and explained it in a very matter-of-fact, professor-like way. He mentioned KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, and implied he had studied or worked there. Then he said, "Last question. If I told you I'm a time traveler, would you believe me?" We laughed and said no. He calmly said, "I actually am. I've traveled through time." He didn't say it jokingly, not dramatically, just calmly, like stating a fact. Then he added, "A time traveler always recognizes another time traveler immediately." My friend asked how you recognize one. He said, "We just met, so I won't tell you yet. But when you're an old man, I will visit you and tell you." He said this specifically to my friend. We got off at the same stop. He wasn't creepy, didn't follow us, didn't try to prolong the interaction, just wished us a good day and walked off slowly. What's weird is not what he said, it's the energy of the interaction. He didn't feel unstable or joking. He felt extremely calm, intelligent, and intentional, like a professor having a casual conversation. I know the rational explanation is simply eccentric old academic man, but the encounter has this oddly eerie feeling that I can't shake. Has anyone experienced something vaguely similar? How would you interpret this? Story by PVZ War for Garden. The 670-gram anomaly. I drink chocolate milk with chocolate powder every single day, once a day, almost always at the same time. I've been doing this for at least 9 years. I can count on one hand the days I didn't have it. The can of chocolate powder has always stayed in the same place ever since we got this new cabinet, and I'm the only one in the house who uses it. These details are important. One day, I went to grab the can of chocolate powder, and it simply wasn't there. I looked carefully at the shelf where it always is, and here's an important detail. I saw the other objects that sit behind the can of chocolate powder. It's a large 670-gram can, if I'm not mistaken, and I could see the items behind it. That's another important detail. I checked the shelf below and nothing. I went to another room and asked if anyone had seen the can. They said no. I went back to the cabinet, and there it was. I have a clear image in my mind of how I saw the can when I came back. Part of it was sticking out of the cabinet. So logically, it would have had to have been placed there after I had already opened the cabinet, because if it had been there the whole time, wouldn't the cabinet door have pushed the can further inside when I opened it? So it doesn't make sense for it to have been sticking out. And it doesn't make sense that I somehow missed it the first time, because like I said, I could see the objects behind the can, and I didn't see it at all. I know it sounds silly, but for me, who's been doing this routine for so long, this has never happened before. I'm not really someone who believes in these kinds of things, but I'm not 100% skeptical either. I'm the type of person who would only fully believe if I saw something with my own eyes, and that's what happened that day. You might ask, is it possible someone in your household was messing with you? Like if you do this predictably every day, do you have a prankster living in your midst? But the only person that could do that was my mother, but she was the one that I asked if she saw the can, and she was in her room. And when I was going back to see the cabinet, she was following me, behind me. So it is impossible that she had the can. I'm not close to the other people in the house, so it wouldn't even be fun to play a prank on me. I even asked my mom now if she remembers where the other people in the house are at the moment, and really, nobody could have taken it. One wasn't home and didn't drink chocolate milk. The other was sleeping because they work nights. And they also use a different brand of chocolate powder, so they have their own can. The only logical explanation could be that I was simply blind and didn't see it the first time, but it's very unlikely because it wasn't a quick glance. I carefully inspected the entire cabinet. To this day, I still wonder if I was genuinely blind for a moment, or if it was some kind of glitch in the Matrix or something else. What made me finally share this today was that I was watching a podcast about UFOs, spiritual entities, and topics like that. They briefly and jokingly mentioned entities that aren't evil and just play harmless tricks, and they joked about those moments where you're looking for something that was supposedly right in front of you the whole time. When I heard that, I got intrigued and decided to write about my experience. Story by Ellen, The Ziggy Signal. Around 2 years ago, I had a serious health issue which caused me to spend a lot of time in bed, which led me to thinking a lot about life. I'm 63 years old. When I was in my 20s, I was not a good person, and I lost contact with people who had been important to me. I was too proud and embarrassed to reach out, but this health issue changed the way I looked at things, and I ended up connecting with several old friends and making peace with them and with my past. And then there was Ziggy. Sometimes, the universe has to do a little extra to break into your heart. My first job out of college, I worked with Ziggy. He took me under his wing and became a mentor to me. We were working in Dallas, but he was born and raised in a town near San Antonio. One weekend, he took our team there for a camping trip on land that his family owned. I have never been back, but whenever I hear the town mentioned, I think of him. After working together for a couple years, Ziggy moved to a different company and I followed him. We worked together for about 2 more years when we had a falling out. I won't go into the gory details, but he was pretty mad at me. I felt like it was unfair and that he had as much a part in the falling out as I did. I changed jobs in the company and never saw him again. This was around 1991. We never connected on Facebook or LinkedIn or anything like that as social media came around. Now, I'm living near Houston with my husband John. We are getting a puppy from a breeder who lives in the town where Ziggy was raised. My husband and I plan to drive there, meet the puppies and spend the night in a hotel, and drive back the next morning. For those not familiar, San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas make a big triangle and are 4 to 5 hours apart from each other. The few days before we left, thoughts of Ziggy came back to me, and again I kept thinking that it was not my fault. He was as much to blame. John and I were on our way to meet the puppies, and I told him about Ziggy, and realized that if it wasn't for him, that I wouldn't know John, because I met John at the company where I followed Ziggy to. John said that he would like to send him a thank you note. We got to town, met the puppies, and then went to the hotel. While my husband was checking in, I noticed a pile of local newspapers on the counter. I thought that was interesting, that this town had its own newspaper, and looked down and saw on the front page there was a picture of Ziggy. He and 3 other people were pictured and captioned. He has a very unusual first and last name. Ziggy is not his real name, obviously. And it was obviously him. I was so surprised that tears came to my eyes. That night, I found him on Facebook and reached out. Based on his Facebook profile, he just lives a few miles from where the puppies are being raised. If he responds, I will apologize and tell him that I was wrong and ask him to forgive me. Story by Better Being 3809. The Dryer Strikes Back. Sorry if this story seems all over the place. It just happened an hour ago and my brain is still trying to register it. So I washed my bed sheets and pillowcases for my bed and the spare bedroom bed. I took everything out of the dryer, put it all into the clean laundry bin, then took the other sheets out of the washer and put them into the dryer. I separated everything by room, and I know I didn't make a mistake because I'm crazy like that, and have to have crap perfect to make my life easier when making the beds. Anyway, I proceeded upstairs to my bedroom to make my bed so I can go to sleep. I got the fitted sheet on the comforter, then took the clean pillowcases out of the basket and placed them onto my bed. Then I turned around to grab the pillows off the little love seat that I have in my bedroom. When I turned back around to put the pillowcases on, they were gone. 2 very specific pillowcases. One has seashells on it, one has sea turtles on it. And I mean gone. I tore up my freshly made bed, searching under the comforter and even the fitted sheet. I searched everywhere, and they were gone. And I swear I had them in my hands. I placed them onto the bed. I decided not to get frustrated and drive myself crazy, since I wanted to just go to bed. So I waited until the other sheets were done in the dryer so I could use those pillowcases for the night. Well, when I opened the dryer, guess what was in there? The seashell pillowcase and the sea turtle pillowcase, mixed in with the other bedsheet? I would never do that, and I had them in my hand all the way upstairs. I'm getting serious chills typing this, and my mind is spinning. Because what just happened? What actually just happened? Did I just experience a glitch? Story by Mama NAJ 871622. The Blanket Boomerang. I go to a laundromat every week. This visit, I washed all of our blankets, including a queen-size blanket that I crocheted. It has a very bright and distinct color, and, being crocheted, stands out. I dry and fold all of our comforters and blankets and stack them up. When I get home, my fiancé takes said pile of blankets from my hand and brings everything into our bedroom. He remembers seeing the crochet blanket because it's a blanket he uses. He sorted all the kids' blankets, made the bed, and I went to put his blanket at the foot of the bed. It was not there. I looked in the living room, not there. We figured we brought it into our kids' room by mistake. They were sleeping by now. We will look in the morning. Morning comes, and this blanket is nowhere to be found. My fiancé specifically remembers seeing it in the pile of blankets. I know I folded it. We search everywhere, the car, etc. It's not there. Well, later that day, I got a picture via text from the owner of the laundromat of a blanket left behind in the dryer. The very crocheted blanket that we were looking for. We knew I brought it home the night before, yet there it was in the same dryer I was using. I still don't understand what happened. Story by Shroomer Alert. The Wall of False Certainty. I moved into my parents' old house. They're away on vacation. In the house, there used to be this poster board for a science project I made in 6th grade about light pollution and star visibility that was not there. I remember it pretty vividly compared to objects in my home because my dad, who I don't have a good relationship with, yelled at me for how bad the poster looked all those years ago. I'm in my 20s now. I know because I remember looking for it everywhere and assuming it got thrown out the past few weeks. I stared at the walls in the apartment looking for it and curious where it went, and assumed it was just gone. Whatever, I didn't have that much attachment to it. After my shift from work one day this week, I come back and the first thing I notice is that the poster board is suddenly there. Leaned up against a white wall where I'd stared at and zoned at countless hours the past few weeks. The board was 100% not there before. I remember observing the blank space countless times and standing right in front of the wall. I would have noticed the board and had some thoughts on it. This is a fact. The poster board brings up too many memories not to. I am scared as hell because my first thought is someone broke in. But why would they do that with the poster board and not interfere with any other valuables? A few hours later, I noticed there are even traces of dust on it, as if it had been untouched for weeks. Honestly, I'm disturbed and have no logical explanation. I don't think anyone would break into my house just to mess with me or put the board there, dust and all. There's so many other things they could have tampered with or taken, if so, and not much else seems to be out of place. If having a bit of a celestial quality of the star theme also makes me wonder, I texted my mom about it that night, and she said she had put it there herself 3 weeks ago. What's extra frustrating is I had tons of pictures on my phone of the living area that just narrowly cut off what the wall looked like before by centimeters. Just want to know if I'm crazy or not. So funny. Story by Kim Young-hoon, Peripheral Darkness. This has happened a few times throughout my life. I would have my computer screen on as usual and leave my room to do something else. On very rare occasions when I came back, the laptop screen would appear black for a moment and I'd see in my peripheral vision for a split second. Only upon focusing on it fully would it go back to whatever I had left on it. What's actually weird about this is I always have the setting for turn off the display after X minutes set to never. This is always the first thing I do on a fresh Windows install. I don't touch the laptop or move the mouse before this happens. Not that I would even have time to. And the first thing I do upon entering my room is look at my laptop screen. I don't think it takes any longer than half a second. Certainly not enough time for me to record it, since I never expect it to happen anyway. This phenomenon doesn't happen with anything else. I don't have vision problems, never blacked out, and I've never lost touch with focus or reality. Nothing of the sort. Another similar rare occurrence is that I would sometimes enter the URL to a website and let it load while I do something else. Then when I return, the website only fully loads when I come back and look at the screen. Both of these events happen very rarely, and I'm more inclined to believe this one is just a coincidence. But I know enough about computers that the screen appearing black for a split second is definitely abnormal. Has anyone else experienced this? Also, to be clear, it happens on other people's screens too, very rarely. Is there a logical explanation for this occurrence, even given the fact that my laptop will never turn off the display on its own? Story by The Philosophy Clerk. Coffee train, no ring. So shortly after getting rather serious with my now ex-girlfriend, she gave me a ring of hers to wear. It was a simple, unisex, gold decorative band, much too small for my ring fingers, so I wore it on my pinky. And here's the thing, it was a rather tight fit. Well, one day, I was traveling to see some family out of state. It was morning, and I was sitting at the train station. Here's the strange part. I remember I had the ring on when I bought a coffee at the shop because I saw it on me. It was early and I had a lot of time. So, I walked to the bench and sat, watching the old-fashioned flipboard they had for my train's arrival. All of a sudden, maybe just a few minutes later, I looked at my watch and happened to glance at my pinky finger. The ring was gone. Just gone. I felt instant dread at having lost her ring. So, trying to compose myself, I retraced my few short steps carefully. Since it was so early, there were precious few people around nearby. The ring wasn't on the floor, it wasn't at the coffee shop, it wasn't near the bench, in my coat pockets, it was just gone. A tight-fitting ring that I had to work off my finger each time just vanishes into thin air. I spent the next half an hour before my train looking and looking and looking, but to no avail. I felt terrible beyond words and I didn't know what to do. But strangely, my girlfriend never asked about it. And for non-related reasons, our relationship ended the following year. She never asked for it back, never brought it up. It was like the thing never existed in the first place. Even today, I can't figure it out. Story by Somebody Else 22. The Potato Vendor's Return. To set the scene, my wife is from a rural Caucasus village. When a person dies, the tradition is they are placed in an open coffin. The attendees transport the coffin to a nearby graveyard. The lid is closed and the coffin gets covered over with soil. The story concerns a lady in her mid-30s who died. Funeral went ahead, burial took place, husband and family got on with picking up the pieces. Approximately 2 years later, a driver of one of the village buses was at the local bazaar when he started screaming and yelling. He ran up to a lady who was selling potatoes and claimed she had died and been buried. She said no. Last night, she was with her family. She and her husband had cleaned the potatoes together, and today she was on her own selling them. With all the fuss, other people came along and confirmed she had died 2 years before. She called them all crazy and went back to the house she claimed to have come from. Her husband had a heart attack when she turned up, recovered, fortunately, but everyone was adamant that though it was actually her, they'd buried her 2 years before. Naturally, they dug up the coffin. Empty. She then settled back into living where she claimed to live. Her husband died a couple of years later, with people saying the shock and circumstances had turned his brain. As to her eventual life or death, I don't know. This is where the story peters out. Interesting though. Story by 40Donnie04, A Parallel Breakfast. Me and my mom were alone that day. It was a Monday, so my dad left for work in the morning, and me and my brother were supposed to go to school and college, except I didn't go. I was watching YouTube, and my mom made lunch. It was a normal Monday, just that I was home. There were already signs that he stayed home. Earlier that day, I had seen my brother's bedroom door closed, the way he locks it when he's sleeping or simply inside his room, so I already started the day believing he was there with us. The day was normal, like I said before. At some point, I went into my room and started to talk with some friends by voice message. At some point, I started talking louder. When I noticed it, I went to check in on my brother to see if he was still sleeping. I had said some goofy stuff and felt so embarrassed thinking my brother heard that. I saw the door open just a little and had two thoughts. Either he went to the bathroom and went back to sleep, so he heard me, or he had gone to the kitchen and didn't hear me. I opened the door a little more and saw he wasn't there. After that, I went back to the living room and kept on doing my stuff. I never heard him in the kitchen, only my mom, but I wasn't paying much attention to it anymore, so I just let that run past me and started thinking that my brother had left for college in the morning with my dad after all. Lunch is ready, and I go to the kitchen to eat. My mom tells me to go get my brother, and I tell her that he's not here. Her expression shifted like she had just seen a ghost. "Are you serious? Are you joking?" She was genuinely surprised, and that was weird. My brother isn't home on Mondays. And that's when she tells me. She tells me how she actually talked with my brother in the kitchen in the morning. And the conversation she described wasn't far from a normal conversation with my brother, who just woke up. And then I remembered about the whole thing with the door. I told her about it, and we started to freak out over it. There was no explanation. He couldn't have left later because there would have been a time I would have seen him, and also, he would have had to have asked my mom to order a taxi for him. Why would he leave his door completely closed in the morning after he left? He never does that. It was just inexplicable. After having lunch and freaking out about it, some more, we continued to do normal things for the day. At one point, my mom talked to my brother to see how he was doing and to tell him what happened. He did leave in the morning. He wasn't home when we thought he was. And well, at least it ended at that, and not something that would scare us even more. Story by Calamity May, Genesis of a Misdelivery. I had a really good idea for a video game pitch, also wanted feedback on other things, but I felt more comfortable securing a vouched introduction than trying to navigate talent representation. So I sent a $700 care package to a former Sega employee who hasn't worked for Sega for 20 to 30 years as far as I know. Seemed like a safe backdoor proxy introduction that should not have been met with corporate interference. Attached was my letter, inside, of course. The bundle included an HDMI modded Genesis personally modified by Stanislav, the architect, all the way over in Ukraine. So I sent this package, praying to God she will see the gesture and see the care that went into it, read the writing sample I provided, and understand the sheer enormity of how good this idea was. Well, it arrived a day early, yesterday, and I didn't know because I assumed it would be today. Except when I checked the mail at my place today, there the package was, not returned to me by USPS mail, which is how I sent it, but next day aired back to me by UPS, and the header to the return address on the UPS store was labeled Sega. The package was unopened. Same tape in place. There were no exterior markings on it to denote anything Sega related had been put inside. This person hasn't worked on Sega's dime in over 2 decades. What the hell is all that about? Story by Item Unique 3373. The cap remains. So my work area is a constricted space. Just the desk, computer, chair, and trash can. The rest of the room is empty except for a small stool. I had brought with me 1 can of energy drink, 1 water bottle, and 1 Snapple bottle. I'm cleaning up to leave and I throw out the water bottle first. I'm holding my phone in one hand, then I grab the can and the Snapple bottle, but I drop the Snapple bottle on the desk to grab the spare bottle cap. This is when it gets weird. I look down to screw the cap on the bottle, and the bottle is nowhere to be seen. Not on the desk, not on the floor, not behind the chair. I even dig through the trash to look, even though I know I hadn't thrown anything in besides the water. This was legitimately weirding me out, and I spent the next close to an hour just looking for it as a clock ticked down. I cannot stress how there is literally nowhere that bottle could have been hiding that I wouldn't have seen it. Keep in mind the space where this happened was within a few inches around this desk. Honestly, maybe my mind is playing tricks, but I feel like I saw some type of small light on the bottom right of the desk right before it disappeared. The part that makes it so strange is that since it's unique due to being a Snapple cap, it sticks out so much, but it's just gone. Story by Royal Blue Sword. The trail ends and the dogs begin. A few months ago, my friends and I went to a hill station for 3 days. On the second morning, one of my friends woke me up at 4 a.m. We wanted to catch the sunrise from a viewpoint deep in the forest. Our third friend refused to get up, so it ended up being just the 2 of us. It was freezing, and we held our hoodies close as we started walking. The path was marked but manless. The forest was thick. There were tall trees almost falling on the path on both sides, and this strange silence that made the sound of every rustle of the leaves beneath our feet echo. We followed the signboards, thinking we were close to the viewpoint, but every time we checked the map, it somehow seemed to move further away. Then, I felt like something was watching us from the woods, but nothing we could see. When we checked the map again, we realized the route actually passed right next to a Hindu crematorium and a Parsi graveyard hidden behind the trees. That's when the atmosphere changed for us completely. Some parts of the road had weak lights, but most of it was swallowed by darkness. We thought about turning back, but being that deep in already, we were scared of getting lost. That's when 4 dogs appeared out of nowhere. At first we panicked, thinking they'd attack us, but they didn't. They just started walking with us, 2 in front and 2 behind, as if guarding us. They would stop when we stopped and bark whenever they heard something in the forest. After a while, the road just ended. Beyond it was pure blackness, like stepping into nothing. The dogs started barking wildly into that emptiness. But there was nothing visible. Their reaction was so fierce, it was enough to tell us to not go any further. That's when we decided to turn back. The same 4 dogs walked with us the whole way back, right till we reached the town center. The streets were empty, not a single person was around. We waited there, and the dogs waited with us, sitting quietly beside us like they knew we weren't safe yet. Finally, around 6 a.m., a shop opened. We bought some biscuits and fed the dogs. Just then, a man on horseback came by. He said he could escort us to the viewpoint. There was finally some light now. We turned around to look at the dogs, but they were gone, vanished completely in mere moments. When I told my mom about it after coming home, she got really upset. She said that at night there are things, dark, sinister things, that roam freely. She looked at me and asked, "What if one of you had gotten possessed? You're only the two of you. What would you have done?" That question still gives me chills. I don't know what really happened back then, but I do know this. Those dogs weren't just dogs. Story by The Best Dumb Butt. The Parish in the Void. I live on an island, which is technically a part of the United Kingdom. I left my job a few weeks ago, and last Friday, I had to drive my car around, literally anywhere, so the battery wouldn't die. I spontaneously went for a drive along my normal route to town, but the first car in front of me was immediately driving incredibly slowly, so I took a different route and decided to explore a part of the island that led to the opposite end. The first half of the route was perfectly normal. Everything looked as it normally did, and my car could barely make it up the mountain road, but it managed. At a certain point, and I'm not sure when, the road and my surroundings stopped being familiar. When I expected a sharp turn to come up ahead, it never did. I remember seeing a sign that said, Lahingige, and I chuckled for a moment, thinking I misread it, and it was probably a perfectly normal town name. It was just weird that I hadn't noticed it before, but not out of the ordinary. Eventually again, the road still didn't make sense, and when I was supposed to be entering a smaller town, I wasn't, and the road seemed to keep going on. I turned into a random road, which I explicitly remember had a broken down windmill in a field, and did a semi-U-turn. I was the only person on the road, as it was working hours in the middle of the day. On the way back, I read the sign again, which read something like, entering the parish town something of Lahingige. I thought it was really funny that there wasn't any legible way of reading that other than how you think it sounds. I decided to stop at my parents' on my way home and talked about finding a job and such. Then the conversation shifted and I asked about the place because I wanted to know how to actually pronounce it. They said they'd never heard of it, and I really didn't think much of it and dismissed the subject. I only remember the name so well because I invited the dogs to visit me in Lahingige someday. I went home, did some random stuff, then decided to Google the place. It didn't exist. I went on to Google Maps, it's literally not a place. I found an old abandoned mine where I thought the windmill-like structure was, and it's not there either. Again, I've had weird things happen, but it's driving me a little bit crazy, as I have literally nothing to do, that I visited a place that doesn't seem to exist. I've checked the street view and the names of the streets, even with different spellings, and it's just weird that it's not there anywhere. I don't mind being called crazy. Everyone's crazy sometimes, but it's just a bit weird is all. Let me know if you've had anything similar happen, or if you know of any similar accounts, as I'm definitely all ears. It's incredibly scary and misty outside, so I might try not visiting again until it's sunny. Story by Shrimps is Bugs, The Sepia Shortcut. This happened about 30 years ago in the Cedar Hill, Texas area. I don't know what kids do these days. Old lady from Titanic voice, but back in my day, the preteens and teens were partial to hanging out at malls and skating rinks. I was not a popular kid, and honestly, I didn't really bother trying to make friends because it seemed like a waste of time. I've always been more of a sit quietly by myself and draw bug types. Despite this, some girl from school that I wasn't even friends with invited me to her birthday party at the local skating rink. I felt obligated to go and thought I might even have fun if this didn't turn into a Carrie situation. I always considered that a real possibility. So I talked my mom into driving me there. It was early afternoon on a Sunday in the fall, right on the edge of winter. It was overcast and looked like it might rain. There weren't cell phones back then, so my mom just waited in the car for me while I went inside to party. I got bored really quickly, didn't know anyone, and the music was way too loud and overstimulating. I couldn't stop thinking about my lovely bed and reading a book whilst covered in purring sleepy kitties. So I walked around the rink a bit, ate a hot dog or something, and peaced out about 30 minutes later. I got back in the car, and we headed home the same way we came. We had driven this route plenty of other times, since the town is fairly small, and there are only so many routes to get to everything. At some point, the color changed. It snapped me out of my thoughts because I thought the sun must have finally come out. But when I looked around, it was like the color of the air itself had changed. I don't want to call it sepia-toned, but it was like everything was suddenly more earthly colors. The light that touched everything looked brownish-orange. The colors of things were just off. The green on the car looked unusual. I wasn't concerned yet, because it was a classic car, so it made sense. But the more I looked around, every car was a classic car. That's when I started feeling kind of confused. Car show in town? Okay, maybe, but that doesn't explain all the classic cars in people's driveways. So then I thought, maybe we're in an older part of town or neighborhood that I had not seen before? But I thought we were on the usual path. I didn't remember my mom taking unusual turns or anything. So I asked her, did we get lost? That's when my mom gasped. She said something like, oh my God, you're seeing this too? This isn't right? What is happening? I barely got out, the cars, before the next weird thing happened. I can only explain it like a fade to white before a scene change. The sun started getting brighter and brighter, and we both looked up to see what was causing it, but couldn't see anything in the sky. It was too bright, so we looked back down at the road ahead and everything was suddenly normal again. Overcast, chilly, clouds, 90s cars, familiar route. We were just silent for a few seconds trying to process this. We said something to the effect of, what the heck? Followed by, I have no idea. Followed by, me neither. Just inexplicable. All these years later, and my mom and I don't really talk much anymore. We are just very different people, so there's not much to say. When we do get together over holidays or something, this experience inevitably comes up because it's this thing that happened to us that is so unbelievable that no one else would understand except us. It's become a touchstone to keep us bonded in some way, despite our differences. I always wondered how many other people drove through that stretch of 1940s or 50s that day in Cedar Hill in the 90s. There's no way it was just us. We're not like special time traveler people or anything. I'm not Sam from Quantum Leap running around helping people. I figured any others who experienced it would probably never tell anyone for fear of ridicule. But who knows? There has to be other people out there. And it can't hurt to ask. I just have so many questions. If this did happen to you, where were you that day? Were you in a car behind us on the road? Did our car look normal, or was it an old-timey too? Are you good at identifying makes and models, and can you tell me what year you think we drove through, based on the cars? Story by Artist with a U. The Cartridge of Theseus. I've had a number of small glitches in my life. Nothing really worth sharing until this one. I have a very poor appetite, and after losing about 80 pounds and at a doctor's recommendation, I started to vape THC to help with my appetite. A few months ago, I bought a lemon vape, 1 gram. I used it for a little over a month until it was pretty much empty. I tend to keep old vapes in case I run out, since there's sometimes a touch left. Well, I hadn't really looked at the vape in about a month, but picked it up to see if there was a little left. It was full. Completely full, like just bought it full. I know I used that vape for over a month, and I know it was close to empty. I just couldn't believe it. I did not buy a new vape, I know this for sure. I am short on money, and the reason I looked for the old vape was that I couldn't afford a new one. There's no way to refill it, it's disposable, and I'm the only one in my household who vapes. So I've been using it again. At the moment, it's about 3/4 full. This is one awesome glitch, honestly. Also, the appetite thing. I lost my appetite completely about 6 years ago. I have all sorts of medical tests, everything is normal. My HDL is so good, my doctor said she wants to bottle my blood and sell it. And I feel fine. I needed to lose a little weight, but now my BMI is 18. So I do have a referral to a GI doc, but none of my doctors are concerned, and neither am I. Story by Postmodern Mutant. The Great Workshop Heist. I guess I need to give you all some background on this, so it makes more sense than not. My girlfriend is a lead singer for a metal band, and I accompany her on a tour as a roadie. During the most recent tour, we ran into an unexpected toy and comic book fair at a mall where we were grabbing a quick snack. I build models as a hobby, and I found a couple at the fair I wanted. I FedExed them home, and I decided to build one of them yesterday since I had nothing better to do. As I was working on the final section, a piece disappeared out of the palm of my hand. I was picking up one of my glass files with my other hand to do some cleanup of nub marks when the weight of the piece stopped existing. It was a pretty large piece with a bit of weight, so it was noticeable. I initially thought maybe I'd dropped it, which didn't make sense because my hand was on top of my workbench and I just didn't notice. I looked around my workbench and I couldn't find it. That's when I realized I would have heard it clatter to the hardwood floor that I have in my workshop. I tore apart my workshop looking for this piece all night. I moved my workbench, moved all the shelving and display cases, and moved my toolboxes out of the way that are all the way across the workshop. I can't find the blasted thing, it's just gone and I can't explain where it went. Story by Vengeance Unicorn. Ever After, Twice. Hello. So I have a collection of sentimental things that I have kept from the past, stuff that reminds me of old friends and good memories. I have kept a couple of old VHS tapes and DVDs that I'm attached to, books and photos, that kind of stuff. So one of the movies is my old VHS copy of Ever After, which I used to watch all the time with my best friend on my little TV and VHS combo player I got for Christmas one year. Another one is a DVD copy of Little Miss Sunshine that I kept because my ex-boyfriend left it at my house one time, and he was my first love, and it was like one of the only things I kept. Side note that I also remember just dramatically whole arm flinging a copy of James Blunt's You're Beautiful CD Frisbee style out of the car window while sobbing on the highway too. It was a very dramatic breakup for me. So I have kept these two movies for years, along with my VHS copy of Beauty and the Beast. Right. A bit of backstory. I got divorced over the pandemic and moved to a new house. I went from a big house to a tiny house, so everything got packed and stacked in the basement until I was able to sort through things. I packed 2 movies. I unpacked 4 movies, and I cannot understand why. I kinda set it aside for a while, because thinking about that makes me feel like I'm about to go off the rails a little bit, and I don't think there really is any answer. But I swear to you that, to the best of my honest knowledge, that I would never have replaced these, and my ex-husband did not even own any hard copy movies. He just streamed everything. I just don't know where the second ones came from. Couple of things that I think are interesting is that the wear on the VHS tape jacket is so freaking similar, and also the barcode numbers on the back are identical to each other. I don't know if that is common for the same movie to always have the same barcode. Tried to look it up a bit, but didn't find a whole lot of conclusive info. Has anyone else ever had something sentimental replicate? Story by Human Agency 9870. Assault loan at 2 a.m. I live in an apartment block that was built back in the 80s. It doesn't have much of a history, and we're the first owners of the flat, or my nan and granddad were to be exact. Not even a pet has died in this place. Even so, ever since I was a little kid, I felt some kind of presence here. But since I didn't live here for most of my life, I eventually just chalked it all up to my kid's imagination. Until recently, that is. This happened about a year ago. I'd just gotten home from work, and headed to the kitchen to make myself a late dinner. When I'm cooking, I usually chuck on a show or a podcast in the background and wear headphones so I don't bother anyone with the noise. That night, I was listening to some story when I suddenly thought I heard a noise over my headphones. I paused the video and listened properly. Sure enough, there was a knock at the front door. It was about 2 a.m, a bit late to be asking to borrow some salt. Besides, they were banging on it with enough force to break the door down. I should probably mention that our town's a bit rough. We've got migrants, addicts, and alcoholics living nearby. Because of that, we tend to keep to ourselves and don't really know any of them. So it's pretty unlikely anyone would be coming to us for help at that time of night. Still, I held out hope that it was just one of the neighbors. We helped out one of them once, when he'd lost his keys, but I knew for a fact he'd been dead for over a year. I walked closer to the door. If it was a person trying to get my attention, they wouldn't just be knocking, they'd be ringing the doorbell too, right? Right. Except no one was ringing the bell, and as I got closer, the banging just got more frantic. And then, all of a sudden, I got this incredibly strong feeling that it was my Nan at the door. I could see it so clearly in my head. Her standing there, all sleepy in her white nightie, just waiting for me to open up. But I knew for a fact that Nan was home. She'd gotten back around half an hour past 10 and was fast asleep. I didn't get any closer. I didn't look through the peephole. I had this feeling that I'd see my Nan, but it wouldn't be my Nan, you know? I went back to the kitchen and tried to calm myself down. I put my headphones back in, pressed play on the video, and just pretended like nothing was happening. After a bit, I started to think it had gone quiet. I took my headphones off. Yep, silence. No one was knocking. I finished up what I was doing and went to my room. That night, I didn't dare go near the front door or even the bathroom, which is right beside it. The knocking came back after a while. It happened a few more times, but the second I stopped being scared, it would instantly go quiet. The last time it happened, it only lasted a few seconds because I just told myself I wasn't scared of it. This whole pattern seemed pretty weird, so I decided to tell my Nan about it. She told me that a woman used to live in the flat next door who died a long time ago. There was something strange about her, because after she died, every tenant who moved into that flat either suffered or died. That neighbor we helped out, he was living in her old flat. Nan said it was probably that woman, her spirit. She told me to call out to her if I ever heard the knocking again, but I never have. Also, P.S. I used a translator for the story as I live in Russia and don't speak English fluently. Story by Individual Caramel 182. An Error in the Wetlands. I live in the eastern Michigan area, which has forests just broken up by roads and farmland. So when I was young, I very often hiked through the woods with my sister. We always stopped when we hit the creek, but one day we decided to cross it. So we found a log and crossed the creek using it, then walked back up the hill on the other side. The creek was in a wetland basin type of area, so we eventually walked on flat land for a bit. Then I found this fenced-off area on the edge of a hill. It was an old metal wire fence that was rusted. Inside was only a plastic slide, a decaying shed, and other metal junk. So I went over this fence and I looked down from the hill and I saw this winding road with some cars going across. I thought it was cool and that I had just hit the end of this trail. Then I hiked back. Later, I told my dad about it, and he said we had trespassed when we crossed the creek and would never hike that way again. It was years. I got curious and decided to search up where I ended up on that hike back then by looking at a map. And I couldn't have ended up on the road. The area was surrounded by farmland and dirt roads. The road I reached was paved. It was simply impossible to reach a road. So I decided to ask my sister if she remembered this hike, and she said, "Yeah, I remember ending up at the road." There were some things so wrong now that I look back at it. Like, there was no house near the storage area, nor should there be a hill. It's a flattish area aside from the wetland basin. I really wonder what would have happened that day if I went down the hill to the road. I considered it, but decided it would be a pain to get back up. It's just odd. Story by Tropical Pixies, the Mini Cooper of Cali. I live in California, and I swear on everything I love that what I'm about to describe actually happened right now, which makes it scarier. It's broad daylight at 4:30 p.m. I was driving through a neighborhood I didn't know well, literally just driving. I turned into a neighborhood office, thinking there would be an out on the other end, trying to find my way back out. A few streets ahead of me, I saw a black Mini Cooper convertible turn onto the street ahead of me. I figured I'd follow since they clearly knew the area better than I did, and assumed they were going to another out. Again, people are going to ask why I didn't just use my Apple Maps. Look, I was literally just vibing. I was looking at the houses. I'm sure everyone drives through neighborhoods looking at the cute houses too. So I kept a steady distance behind them. Nothing strange, no weird driving, like they were driving normally. Just a normal car leading the way out. I watched them reach the end of the street and make a right turn. We kept going straight toward the same intersection. My mom was like, okay, we must be at the end, and I was like, since we saw them turn, we can turn here too. Except when we got there was no turn, no street, just a dead end. It was a round with a fence around it, and if you know Cali, it was a mountain with shrubs and wild weeds. Not a misjudgment, it was a dead end. No driveway, no alley, no hidden road, no time for the car to reverse or pull into a house, nothing. But I saw that Mini Cooper turn. I watched the car turn around the corner. I know what I saw, and there was absolutely nowhere for it to go. The closer we got, the more wrong it felt. My brain kept trying to make sense of it, like maybe I misremembered. Maybe the street was angled weird. Maybe there was a driveway I didn't notice, but no, it was a dead end, again, a dead end. A dead end where a car had just turned. I'm not someone who jumps to paranormal conclusions or glitches, but this shook me. I can't stop replaying it. It seems like I watched someone clip out of existence. Has anyone else in California or anywhere else ever experienced something like this? It's spooky as hell. Story by Princess 1776, An Angel's Cloud. Hello all. I had an experience last night that can only be explained as a glitch. I apologize if I provide too many details, but I too am trying to process this. Tonight, I left my house at 8 p.m. to run errands. I drove to a large shopping plaza a little over 20 minutes from me that hosts a lot of different stores, such as Lowe's, Sam's, etc. As I drove, I noticed the clouds were more overcast looking than I expected. I had been following the weather closely over the past couple of days, in preparation for the party at our house, and I knew we were due for rain and potential storms, but not until midnight. When I got to the plaza, I decided to go to Michael's first. I passed the Dollar Tree as I pulled into the parking spaces at Michael's. I had forgotten there was a Dollar Tree there, so I made a mental note to go there after Michael's. I was in Michael's for under 10 minutes. I only needed one thing, which I found pretty quickly. I checked myself out and went to leave. As I walked towards the doors waiting to exit, I saw it was raining. I stood there for a few seconds surprised at how much it had rained since my time in the store. When the doors opened, I expected to hear the rain, but it wasn't raining, just the ground was wet. I thought maybe the doors to Michael's were just darker, and that perhaps I had thought I saw rain. The parking lot was indeed wet. I left Michael's and turned to walk towards the Dollar Tree. I looked at the sky again and saw a cloud that looked like an angel's hair. I entered Dollar Tree. I was in Dollar Tree for less than 5 minutes. When I left the Dollar Tree, everything was dry. The parking lot, cars, etc. No rain, not a drop of water anywhere. I was immediately freaked out, as the amount of time I was in the store wasn't enough to dry up all the rain. I thought I was breaking down, perhaps because I've been under so much stress. I called my dad to tell him what happened. He told me it sounded like a glitch. I knew of glitches, but didn't think I'd ever experienced one. Story by Big Maintenance 6814. Don't check the window. I live in a small town in West Virginia called Clay. Not a lot here, just a few streets, a gas station, and too much quiet at night. My house sits at the end of a dead-end road near a patch of woods that goes on for miles. No streetlights pass my driveway. This started around late January this year. The first time I noticed anything weird was on January 28th, 2026, at exactly 3:17 a.m. I only remember the time because I woke up randomly and checked my phone because I thought somebody texted me. I do wake up sometimes since the vibrations of my phone wake me up. I heard something outside, like gravel shifting. At first, I figured it was a deer, or maybe someone turning around in the cul-de-sac, even though nobody really comes down here that late. I looked out my bedroom window and saw someone standing near my mailbox. At least, I thought it was someone. It was tall, like taller than any person I've seen around here, and it wasn't moving, just standing there facing my house. No phone light, no car, no nothing. Hell, not even a bike. I watched it for maybe 10 seconds before I got this awful feeling, like I shouldn't be looking at it. I closed the curtain and told myself I was half asleep and probably hallucinating. The next morning, I checked outside. No footprints, which is weird because we had a light layer of snow that night. My mailbox was slightly open though. I don't remember leaving it like that. I tried to forget about it, played it off as my mind messing with me and all that. Then it happened again, on February 2nd, 2026, same time, 3:17 a.m. This time I woke up already feeling like something was wrong. I didn't even hear anything at first, I just knew. I checked my phone and yeah, 3:17. This time I knew it wasn't me and my mental health, but something was actually up. I forced myself to look out the window again. It was closer. It wasn't at the mailbox this time. It was halfway up my driveway. Same thing, tall, not moving right. I can't explain it better than that. Its shape looked off, like the proportions weren't human. Too thin, maybe, or too straight. I remember whispering, "What the hell?" out loud. And right after that, it tilted its head. Not like a normal head tilt either. It was slow and too far to one side. I stepped back from the window and didn't look again that night. After that, I started checking every night around that time. Most nights, nothing happened. I started convincing myself it was stress or just my brain messing with me. Then February 11th, 2026 happened. I woke up to something tapping on glass. I thought it was my window at first, since I have trees near my window, and it could be branches tapping against the glass as the wind was blowing, but it wasn't. It was coming from downstairs, the living room. I grabbed my phone and checked the time, 3:17 a.m. again. I don't know why I went downstairs, but I did. You know, gut feeling and all that. The tapping stopped as soon as I hit the last step. The house was completely quiet. I stood there for a minute just listening. Then I looked toward the front door, and since there's a small window at the top of it, something was blocking it from the outside, like something was standing right up against it. I walked closer, slowly, and right when I got about 5 feet away, it moved. Not away from the door. It slid sideways past the glass. I only saw part of it, but it looked way too tall to fit in the frame properly, like I was only seeing a section of something bigger. I didn't open the door, no way. That's like being in a horror movie and letting the killer in or something, I don't know. I locked myself in my bedroom until morning. Here's the part that really messed me up. On February 15th, 2026, I set up an old security camera I hid in my garage and pointed it at the driveway. Nothing fancy, just motion detection. And the next morning, I checked the footage. At 3:17 a.m. it triggered, but there was nothing there. No person or animal, nothing. Just the empty driveway, except for one thing. The audio picked up something. It sounded like footsteps on gravel, slow and heavy, coming toward the camera, then stopping right in front of it. And then there's this noise. I don't even know how to describe it. It almost sounds like breathing, but not quite human. Too steady, too hollow. After that, the video cuts out for about 4 seconds before coming back like normal. I haven't seen it since February 15th. No more tapping. No more waking up at 3:17. But I still wake up around that time sometimes, just automatically now. And every time I do, I have this feeling that if I look outside again, it'll be even closer than before. I don't know what that thing was, but I'm starting to think it noticed me noticing it. Story by My Rules, My Life, Mindy's other owner. Okay, so about 3 years ago, something eerily occurred that I can't logically explain. It was a Tuesday morning, and I was getting ready to take my pug to the vet. The appointment was at 8 a.m., but at 7:30, I strongly considered canceling. It's normally a 20 to 30 minute drive, so I decided to just go. I arrive and check in with the receptionist. Then what she said left me speechless. "You're Albert, right?" "Yes," I responded. "Well, you had called 30 minutes earlier to cancel the appointment for Mindy, my dog." I said to her that couldn't have been true, because I didn't make that call. Then her coworker chimes in and says it was true, that a person that shared my name, phone number, and even the same dog as me had indeed called. We were all confused by the revelation. They believed me in the end and validated my appointment. Thought it was possibly a prank from a relative, but no one else knew about the appointment except for me. I read that maybe it could have been a paradoxical event. Who freaking knows for sure? Story by Sparkle Miroy, Before the First Breath. I've never really known how to explain this without people immediately assuming I'm joking or making it up. But this is something I've remembered for as long as I can remember myself. It doesn't feel like imagination or a dream. It is a memory. I remember this part first before anything else in my whole life. This is not blurry or symbolic, but I lived through it. I know it in the marrow of my bones that it's real. What I remember comes from before I was born. There was nobody there at first. I didn't see hands or feet, and I didn't feel physical weight. I was simply aware. Aware in a calm, quiet way. Like existing without needing to breathe. I was floating? I don't know. But I have consciousness. Everything around me felt vast and open, but not empty. It felt intentional, peaceful, almost like waiting. Then there was a voice. I couldn't see who or what it belonged to, but I understood it perfectly, without needing words explained. I know it's beside me, but no one is there, only light. The voice asked me which planet I wanted to live on. There were several. The voice showed me everything I needed to know, in what seemed to be only a moment, even though the information it provided was vast and meaningful. What stood out to me was a blue and round object from far away. I remember being drawn to it immediately because of its color, a deep, vibrant blue that felt alive and beautiful. I felt amazed by it, almost fascinated, and I chose Earth because it looked so pretty. After that, the voice asked me about my path. Communication didn't happen through normal speech. It was more like meaning transferred directly into understanding. I was told to choose what I feel like is something that I want to go through or experience. Suddenly, I became aware of countless wishes and situations, almost like glimpses of lives or possibilities passing by. Among them, one stood out, and it's a family wishing deeply for a baby girl. I could feel their longing and warmth even without seeing them clearly. They felt kind, safe, and their wishes sincere, especially the father's wish to have a baby girl. I chose them. Once I made that choice, everything changed. I remember a sensation of movement, not falling exactly, but descending. It felt like being drawn magnetically toward Earth, slowly shifting from something weightless into something heavier and more focused. My awareness narrowed, like entering a smaller space. The transition felt gradual, not sudden. Then my next memory begins. I was a baby, lying down, staring at a ceiling. Time felt strange, fast and slow at the same time. I remember always staring at the ceiling because I don't know how to sit or stand yet. I couldn't speak or think in words, but I was aware. I remember moving my hands and feet, kicking slightly, just experiencing motion. I'm a baby, and wondering why I'm just staring at the ceiling doing nothing. One of the strongest memories is touching something for the first time and realizing I could feel matter. The sensation amazed me. Texture, resistance, physical presence. It was like discovering what solid meant through my hands. Everything felt new and intensely real. I know how unusual this sounds, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of any belief or interpretation. I'm just sharing everything I remembered consistently since early childhood, long before I understood ideas about spirituality, philosophy, or even where babies come from. I don't know what it means. I only know that, to me, it feels like remembering the moment before life began and the moment I first entered it. Now tell me, how can these memories be just a product of my mind? I have these memories ever since I felt solid matter with my hand. I remember it vividly. That's why no matter where life throws me, I feel like somehow I agreed to go through this in the first place. Before you tell me I'm making stuff up, I want to share that I have these memories before I even knew that the Earth is round, and is made up of mostly water. I have these memories before I even learned about God or angels or spirits. I have these memories before I even learned about wishing or what a family looks like. I started watching TV when I was 6 years old, and I mostly watched news with my dad, and I remember him cursing at the TV because of our corrupt government. Also, because of the pre-birth memories, I started to believe sincerely in God when I was 7 years old, and had just learned about him at church. Anyways, I don't care if these memories are real or just a product of my imagination. I'll learn about the truth anyway after I die, into a very, very distant future. If I ever talk to that voice again, I'll share with him or her what I've been through, and I'll rate Earth and the humans an 8 out of 10. Highly recommended to workaholics or greedy people. Story by VGAngel29. Now you see her. My wife and I were just sitting on the couch in the living room. We planned to go get gas, so I went to our bedroom to change out of my pajamas. I heard my wife get up, thinking she was going to put the cat in the cat playroom. I came back out and the living room was empty. I called out for my wife and turned my head to look at the guest bedroom door to see if she'd gone in there, and then back the other way, to the cat playroom. I turned my head again after hearing, "What do you mean? I'm right here." To my surprise, my wife was sitting on the couch, holding the cat in the same spot she had been in before I went to the bedroom, which was in my direct line of sight. Her voice startled me, and all I could say was, "You weren't there a second ago." There's no way she could have walked back to that spot without me seeing her, with the way our house is set up. We just stared at each other for a moment, and then my wife goes, "Are you okay? I've been here the whole time." I could have sworn the couch was empty when I came back out from our bedroom. I'm trying to think logically about this. Maybe she blended in with the couch and my brain didn't process that she was sitting there the whole time? But it also was very spooky, and I had a weird sinking feeling in my gut, and it made me tear up, and now we're postponing our trip to the gas station until morning. Has anything like this ever happened to anyone else? Story by Tony9849G. Faces Reloaded. So first of all, I'll tell you how all this even started. I have this habit. I like watching horror stuff. Exorcism videos, paranormal tapes, all that. That night, around 12 a.m., I was eating dinner and watching the full documentary on Annalise Michel. Quick summary of Anneliese. She was a young German girl who became famous because of one of the most disturbing exorcism cases ever recorded. She had seizures, strange behavior, and started hearing voices. Her family believed she was possessed, so 2 priests performed 67 exorcism sessions on her. The audio tapes from those sessions are extremely intense. Deep voices, growling, screaming. She eventually died at just 23 years old, from weakness and not eating. Her case is still debated. Some say mental illness, others say something supernatural. I even listened to her tape recordings, and man, those recordings are so uncomfortable that they stay in your mind. After finishing all that, I went to sleep around 2:30 a.m., but at 3:30 a.m., I suddenly woke up. I heard some sound from my kitchen, not a whisper, more like something fell off the shelf, and I went to check. And when I entered the kitchen, I felt this weird pressure, like someone just put their hand on my shoulder. When I turned back, no one was there. I got so freaking scared, I literally ran back to my room and tried to sleep. But I woke up again after half an hour, this time not from any noise, just randomly. When I opened my eyes, I swear I saw 2 faces right in front of mine. Not far, literally right there. It felt like those faces came close and pushed me up. My whole body froze. I can't even explain how scary that second was. My mind immediately remembered that exorcism voice, like it was waking me up again. I tried to distract myself, picked up my phone, watched some random stuff just to calm down. I listened to my favorite songs for 10 minutes, and even turned on the light to force myself to sleep again. But it didn't end there. When I finally slept again, suddenly my dog started vomiting. He was sleeping peacefully earlier, no issues. I cleaned everything, but again he stood up and started barking at nothing. After that, I tried to sleep again with the lights on, but somehow I fell asleep this time, and that's how the night ended. Guys, listen, that night was something else. I don't even know how I controlled myself. The only thing running in my head was, this is just in my mind, nothing is real. But seriously, how can everything happen at once? First I was trying to sleep, and suddenly I hear something fall in the kitchen. Not like a small sound, proper kitchen shelf. I thought maybe a cat came inside or something. But when I checked, nothing was there, empty, silent. But I swear I felt pressure on my shoulder after that, like someone kept their hand on me for a second. I wasn't taking any chances. I tried to sleep, but the moment I closed my eyes, boom, I woke up and saw 2 faces right in front of me. Not normal faces, dark, weird, close to my face like they pushed me upward. My heart was beating like crazy. And that exorcism voice I listened to earlier, it was stuck in my head, repeating again and again. I instantly grabbed my phone, turned the flashlight on just to kill the darkness. I started watching videos, listening to songs, anything to distract myself. But that voice and feeling was stuck in my mind. I know this is re-summarizing what I said, but it's so important to crystallize it. When I finally calmed a bit and tried to sleep again, my dog suddenly started vomiting. So I had to get up, clean everything. Then he started barking on and off like he sensed something. That was actually the scariest part. My dog never does that at night. After that I tried to sleep again, and then I heard something. A whisper or sound from the kitchen, again. Not clear, but enough to shake me. That entire night felt like something was happening around me. All after listening to that exorcism audio. Sometimes I actually wonder, did I accidentally invite something in? Or was my mind just messing with me? I don't know, man, but that night was hell. Story by Flower Power. The Marriage Objection. This was several years ago. I used to work as a prosecutor, and when I was brand new, I was assigned to a case that involved a relatively low-impact car crash. There was the defendant and the victims. No one was significantly injured, but there were some minor injuries. I called and talked to one of the victims on the phone. I very specifically remember him because he also worked at the courthouse and was new. and this was the first time I had met him, even though it was over the phone. He and his wife were mildly injured in the car accident, and we worked it out so medical bills were covered. He had an odd last name that I had never heard before, and a first name that could be male or female. He and his wife had the same last name. Just saying that to note, I know who I was talking to, and I know the facts. I even talked about it with another attorney. Anyway, fast forward to about a year ago. He and I interacted a lot. More frequently since I was in and out of the courthouse. I brought up how he was one of the first cases I was assigned, and I had forgotten about it until I mentioned it to him. He said he remembers the car accident, but it was just him and he doesn't have a wife or a girlfriend, and he's never been married. Listen, I vividly remember the details, because it was one of my first cases, and I was trying to do a good job. I've never understood how that could happen, and he thought it was very weird, and we dropped it, and I never brought it up again. Story by Dizzy Star, Office Glitch number 47. For background, when I was in high school, we had to attend internships of 2 weeks at the end of the second semester of the third year, and during that time, we had to make a kind of journal about it, where we write essays on given topics. Well, one day, I wanted to discuss some remaining questions about the journal with the CEO of the company. It was an accounting company, by the way. She sat me down in her office and we went through them, also just talking about other stuff and her giving me career advice. So she was sitting by her desk and I sat at the other side. On her desk, from my point of view, was her computer on the left side with supplies and paper stacks. Then there was another stack on the right side of the desk. Between us were just a few documents we talked about and her phone, placed beside the stack of papers on the right. Well, as we were talking, she gets some notifications but doesn't look at them. But eventually she gets a call, stands up, and I see her grab her phone from its place. "Sorry, but I have to pick this up," she says, as she practically runs out. Not just from her office, but the building, as it was a small one with just 3 rooms. So I was left in her office waiting for her to return. She was taking a long time, and I was just looking around. At first at the desk, but then that shifted out of view as I started looking at the certificates and paintings on the wall, then the decor on the glass table in the right end of the room. That's when I heard the sound of a notification and my head snapped right back to the desk. And there it was, her phone, that I saw her run out with, is now sitting in its place, beside the stack of papers on the right side of the desk. I stared at it, confused. Nobody has come into the office since she left. I would have heard or seen that, because the door was behind me. Somebody would have passed right by my chair to put a phone back there. And if it was her or one of the workers, they would have said something about it when they returned. I also didn't see that she would have had 2 phones or something. But even if she had, it wouldn't make sense, because I saw it in that place, even taking an unconscious mental note of the phone being beside the stack of papers. I saw her take it from there specifically, then without her ever returning, the phone is back in that place. If she did have 2 phones, it wouldn't be in the same place she took the other phone from. Like, you get what I mean. The sad part about this is that I never found out the answer in the end, if there is one. Because a bit after me noticing that, she still didn't return, and I just left the office to do my internship work for the day. And by the time she returned, a few customers arrived, and she immediately called one in to discuss something. Then shortly after, she had to leave for some business in another town, so I never got to see if she suddenly had 2 phones or had 2 all along. Or maybe that duplicate phone only existed while I was in there and disappeared when she returned. I think I'll never know. What do you think? Let me know if you have any logical explanation. I didn't think of any. P.S. Sorry for the long story. My ADHD brain can't tell a long story short. Story by Civil Technology 805. NORAD didn't clear this one. This happened Christmas Eve in the mid to late 90s, probably 1996 or 1997. I remember because I was in 4th or 5th grade and of an age where I probably should have no longer believed in Santa Claus, but clung on to the hope because I was kind of naive as a kid and also liked receiving presents. every Christmas Eve, my dad's Air Force buddies would host a party. It was a tradition my family upheld since I was a baby, and I always loved attending because there were other kids to play with and we all got more presents. I remember that we had stayed later than in the past years, probably because I was getting older, and that it was almost midnight when we were finally driving home. We got home and I was excited to go to bed because, duh, it was Christmas Eve. We exited the car and I remember how still and quiet everything was in the night. My mom, dad, and I were all walking from the driveway to the front door of our house when I heard a distinct whoosh above my head. It's hard to describe the sound because it happened so long ago, but to my memory, I'd liken it to the sound of something flying by in a slow motion scene of a movie, just a very deliberate and clear whoosh. I looked up instinctively and really could not properly explain what I saw. About 40 to 50 feet above us, something the size of a small car flew by, trailing behind several pairs of smaller objects. Whatever the objects were, they made no engine-like or mechanical noise. They were very close to us, and I would have heard it if it was like a helicopter or something. Once again, it was extremely still and quiet in the outside air. I'm absolutely not sure if this is my flawed memory making stuff up, but I swear I faintly heard the ringing of sleigh bells. Once again, all I can attest to is my memory, but I was certain that I had seen Santa's sleigh fly overhead. My parents did not notice, and I was so freaked out and surprised that I didn't even try to bring it to their attention. I went inside and right to bed, knowing that Santa was in the area. Now, did I really see Santa Claus? Who knows? Probably not, since we're all, hopefully, adults here, and know he's not real. But I swear I saw something that at least invoked Santa in my mind. I remember very specifically that I saw what must have been a sleigh, and 8 reindeer, and even noted that Rudolph was not among them, as I did not see a glowing red light. Now, some folks may recognize that Colorado Springs is home to NORAD, who are known to track Santa every Christmas Eve. NORAD, of course, has their own history of strange tales and conspiracies attached, and I don't know if I saw Santa for real, but I'm sure I saw some sort of UFO. Now time for the jokes of the day. The day I turned 42, my daughter walked up to me and said, "Happy," and started timing her watch. After a long silence, she said, 42nd birthday. I was so proud. Yeah, I would be too. "Can you take off the corset? I can't breathe," a woman said to her husband. "Sure, if it will make you stop laughing and tell me how I look in it." Yeah, that would be funny. Every time I hear about a corset, I always think about the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean, the first movie, where Elizabeth is constraining her lungs so she can't breathe and just passes out and falls into the water. No injuries apparently from that fall. Pretty impressive. I changed a light bulb, crossed the street, and walked into a bar. My life is a joke. My daughter said, "Daddy, I saw a deer on the way to school this morning." I said, "That's great, but how did you know it was on its way to school?" Smartest deer in the world, huh? I just turned 40, and I groan every time I get up now. I'm finally a grown man. Well, I'm almost 36 now. I still don't groan, so that's good. Maybe at 40, that's when you have to. It's like a mechanic of the universe. When you hit 40, you have to groan when you get up. My dad did that too. It's just, yeah, we'll see. Told my son it was time for his nap. He refused to lie down, so with a heavy heart, I had to report him to the police. He was resisting arrest. Why don't spies fart in bed? Because it would blow their cover. So juvenile. Customer, I asked for medium rare. This is well done. Chef, thank you. Not what he meant. What do you call a guy with no shins? Toe-knee. Tony. What do you call a paper airplane that doesn't fly? Stationary. I told my wife our neighbor died. She said, "Who, Ray?" I said, "It's way too early to celebrate like that." Hooray! God, it's terrible. Do you ever wake up, kiss the person sleeping beside you, and feel glad that you're alive? I just did, and apparently I will not be allowed on this airline ever again. You know, flying with strangers can be an interesting experience. If there are any idiots in the room, will they please stand up? Said a sarcastic teacher. After a long silence, one student rose to her feet. Now then, young lady, why do you consider yourself an idiot? Inquired the teacher with a sneer. Well, actually I don't, said the girl, but I hate to see you standing up there all alone. Someone said if you had 1,000,000 monkeys typing away, you would eventually get the complete works of Shakespeare. Facebook has proven that to be false. Damn. Also, that saying isn't really accurate. It's only accurate in the sense of infinite time, but there are so many combinations of letters and spaces that even with 1,000,000 monkeys typing away since the beginning of the universe, 14 billion years ago, basically, you would not recreate Shakespeare or probably anything legible even, at least not in any long form sense. Just too many possible combinations. Even with a deck of cards, 52 factorial, the possibilities are almost infinite. If you shuffle a deck of cards properly, then that exact arrangement has never been shuffled before and never will be again. There are just too many possible combinations. Pretty crazy. My girlfriend said I have no sense of direction, so I packed my things and right. Is it the opposite of left then? In some contexts. What do you call a man in the water with no arms and no legs? Bob. A photographer was crushed today when a massive block of cheddar fell on him. To be fair, the people he was photographing were trying to warn him. Jeez! That's a good one. As I got off the elevator, the operator said, "Have a good day, son." I said, "Don't call me son. You're not my dad." He replied, "Maybe not, but I did bring you up." My grandpa warned people the Titanic would sink, and no one listened. He kept warning them until they got sick of it and kicked him out of the theater. Spoilers! I've offered my elderly neighbor $20 to give me a ride on our stairlift. I think she's going to take me up on it. My boss asked me, why am I sick only on weekdays? Because weekdays are not strong days. I just asked my 9-year-old son what he learned in school today. He said, "Apparently not enough. I have to go back tomorrow." My wife thinks it's weird that I stare at the window during a heavy rainstorm. It'd be a lot less weird if she'd just let me in. You know, it's kind of fun to just be outside during a large storm. Something about it, the chaos of it, the intensity is very appealing. I just don't like getting soaking wet, but if you have a nice raincoat on, it's great. Standing on the porch, watching the clouds and the wind and the rain and the thunder. Good stuff. It's another hot day, so I've walked upstairs, taken all my clothes off, and opened every window. I feel so much better, although the other people on the double-decker bus don't like it. It kind of makes you wonder, what would society look like if we all just were all nudist? Have a loincloth or something just for sanitary reasons, but otherwise everyone's just naked? It certainly might help with the heat wave going on in Europe right now. I married my wife for her looks, but not the ones I've been getting lately. Scowls and stern looks. What are you doing, mate? I was on a date with a woman who kept randomly interjecting our conversation with opinions. They don't make bedsheets like they used to. Quilting is boring. Duvet covers aren't worth the money. Finally, I said, "You've got to stop making blanket statements." A very skinny girl came into a bookstore and asked the clerk, "What is the chance you would have a book on religion curing an eating disorder?" The clerk responded, "Slim to none. If you cut off your left arm, your right arm will be left." My wife lost her dictionary. I tried comforting her, but my words seemed to have no meaning to her now. 3 conspiracy theorists walk into a bar. You can't tell me that's not a coincidence. It's facts. Wife to ditzy husband. Why did you make the potato soup with 125 small potatoes. Husband? I know it seems like a lot, but the recipe called for 5 potatoes cubed. I got cast in a film about a bakery. It's not a huge part, just a small role. I bet it was delicious. I found $20 in the parking lot and thought to myself, what would Jesus do? So I turned it into wine. My boss said to me today, "You're the worst train driver ever. How many trains have you derailed so far?" I said it's hard to keep track. Came out of the shower naked this morning and said, "Honey, close the bedroom curtains. I don't want the neighbors to see me naked." She replied, "Don't worry, if they do, they'll close theirs." Damn. Savage. In England, it's called a lift, but in America, it's called an elevator. I guess people are just raised differently. I sat down for dinner at a restaurant, and the waiter asked me, "Do you want to hear today's special?" I replied, "Sure, why not?" He smiled and said, "Today's special." I'm getting stronger with old age. I can now lift $100 worth of groceries with one hand. Oh boy, won't be too long and you can lift 1,000 with one hand. My God. I won $10 million in a lottery and decided to donate a quarter of it to charity. Now I just have to figure out what to do with the other $9,999,999.75. That's what he did. He gave them a quarter. What is the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a tricycle? Attire. Last night in bed, my girlfriend was mumbling about being born in 1892 and writing The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. I thought, she's Tolkien in her sleep again. From my 10-year-old. At dinner, I mentioned that for some reason the corn didn't actually taste much like corn. After a slight pause, my son deadpanned, "That's corn-cerning." Perfect. 40 years ago today, I asked my childhood sweetheart, my best friend, and the most gorgeous woman I know, to marry me. All 3 said no. I mean, did they know they were all being proposed to? That could affect things. I was breastfed until 3. But enough about my day. How was yours? Ugh. This reminds me of Robin in Game of Thrones. Like, come on, he's too old for that. Alphabet is raising $80 billion by selling stock to invest in AI. I bet the other 24 letters are pissed. Jealousy. Alright, more glitches up here. Check him out. See you next time.